All right, I think I am live. Hello, Zen friends. Welcome to Saturday night's edition of Messages of Love from Above. So glad to have you all here. I hope you're having an amazing weekend, an amazing time, full of amazing moments. And if you're not, that's all right too. We come down here to experience all sorts of fun stuff. So, whatever you're in, there's no judgment, there's just experience, right? Just adventure. So we will first of all we'll start off here. We're going to dive in to readings here in a moment, but let's start by bringing in some beautiful love energy from above. And we'll do that first of all by starting off with a big deep breath to come back to this moment into the now, where there is love, where there is joy, where there is peace. Out of the future, out of the past, into the now, out of the chaos of the outside world, into this now, this very moment. And then after we take that big deep breath, then I'll hit the singing bowl 3 times, and as we're doing that, you can just imagine this beautiful waterfall of eternal, unconditional love energy just flowing down into your body, your mental body with all your thoughts, your emotional body with all your emotions, your heart and your physical body into all your cells, your organs, your bloodstream, your muscles, just all of your cells, to our energetic body, our meridians, our chakras, our auras, just filling us completely up and then overflowing out into the outside world, letting it do whatever it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet there. And of course, something that we can do as we're letting this energy flow is to think of just one thing that we're grateful for and thank the creator for it. Just sincerely, honestly, what's one thing? And that immediately begins to raise your love vibration, puts you in this energy of receiving from spirit, and also magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for. So, as we say, that's a win win, win win, win win, win win, win win, win win, right? All right. So, if you want to join in doing that, let us begin. And if you want to join me, we're going to take a big deep breath in, hold it for as long as you feel comfortable, and then exhale, and then we'll go into the singing bowl. All right. So here we go. We'll start off big deep breath in and hold. Beautiful, beautiful. Back to the moment, right? Now I hit the singing bowl. I'm not sure how loud it'll be because it varies from time to time. So prepare your ears and remember gratitude. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. She's singing up a storm tonight. So let us put her back on her shelf back here. We'll let her watch over us. So welcome, welcome everybody. So happy to have you here. Hope you're having a great weekend. Here it is, Saturday night already. Can you believe it? Can you believe like next weekend is Halloween and end of October? And we just got 8 weeks until 2026. Craziness, craziness, I tell you what. Well, welcome, all my Zen friends. Thanks for returning and being here with me today. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. We've got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. So we say two things that definitely help this life of a human is easier. Can you imagine if we weren't able to laugh or have humor or unconditional love? We're so blessed. If you want to know how the reading process works, we have all updated in the description box of the video. Basically, free readings are 1 to 2 cards. But if anyone makes a donation, I do prioritize those. I step out of the free readings. We dive deeper into those, meaning we pull more cards, more tea. You also get a fortune cookie with those, an oracle card. We just have a few left of the Alice Wonderland, and then we'll move into the Seasons of the Witch, Samhain Oracle, since we have that coming up next weekend. So we've got those. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description box of the video. We do have the Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and Square. And I don't have any set dollar amounts. Whatever you give from your heart is the perfect amount. I know that finances vary from person to person, day to day, from person to person. Uh, cost of living is different, rate of exchange across the world is different. So whatever you give is the perfect amount. Um, what else? At the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing the order of all the readings with timestamps. So all you have to do is click on the timestamp. It can go directly to your reading. So if you end up posting your question and you have to go live life, which we often do, if you come back after the stream, within 90 seconds, I'll give you an estimate. I'll have the pinned comment out there as well. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but it must not be important right now. Yeah, I think that's it there. But if you haven't checked out my podcast, I do have a podcast out called The Easier Path. And on the second one here, this is Adventure 2, which is one of fighting. We'll have round 2 of fighting, which round 1 is about intimate relationships, romantic relationships. Round 2 will be non-romantical, just all relationships. And then I think we'll have round 3. We'll go to the knockout round in the next episode after that, and then move on to other themes. But this one talks about I talk about stories of my own life, and this one has to do with experiences and relationships and being cheated on, and then we get into the human and higher perspective of why do humans cheat? Why does it hurt so much? And perspectives from spirit, and then hints from spirit too on how to make that all an easier path. So be sure to check that out if you're interested. It's almost an hour long, this one, which is not the normal. It's usually around 30 minutes, but you can imagine that one went really deep, strong foundation of stuff. So be sure to check that out. I am having a giveaway too. I'm going to have giveaways the rest of the year on new moon and full moons. We have a full moon. It's a super beaver full moon in Taurus on November 5th. I'll be giving away at least a 1 30-minute personal recorded reading and a hedge of peace and love if you prefer that. If you want to know how to get into that, be sure to check out that link that tells you how to get into it all. And we're also going to have, like, don't tell anyone, but next weekend for Halloween, we are going to have giveaways too. I'm going to give away 2 15-minute personal recorded readings per session. One will be picked from all the donors, the other will be picked from all the free readings. So if you make a donation and put in a request for a free reading, it could be entered into two. But I'm going to have all 5 sessions. I'll be giving away two, so there's a chance of for the free readings 5, and for 5 for the um, donors as well. So keep a lookout for that. I'm excited. I'm going to call them the undead they're not the live streams, they're the undead streams next weekend. So that's going to be fun. So hopefully you guys will enjoy that like I will. I also have some specials going on. My 15-minute and my 30-minute personal recorded readings are on sale until the end of the year, all the way through even New Year's Day. I'm also going to put more things on special next week. My full hour personal recorded readings, my live readings, and my Hedge of Peace and Love. I'm going to put them all on sale, so they'll be on special till the end of the year, just in a giving mood. Also, I had one other video that I put out that's also in the playlist of the Easier Path. It's called Walk Consciously. It's a channeling I did, automatic writing for my higher self. And it's really interesting as well. It's only like 5 minutes long, but it talks about how to, how important walking consciously is, because when we're not, we're walking on autopilot and our subconscious is the one that's making decisions for us. I don't know if we want that, because that's usually from an emotional child of like 7 years old and younger, or a mental child between 7 and 14. I don't think we want them making decisions. But so that's all out there. If you're interested, be sure to check all that out. So that's a skinny on all those things. I like to make sure you know what specials and what giveaways and free things are out there, so that you can take advantage of them if you so wish to. Rather you know and go, I don't care about that, than not know and go, oh God, I wish I would have. So always, it's just information, no expectation. So, all right, I'm going to be using the Purple Rose Tarot tonight. That's what the little box looks like. It's a beautiful card deck. I've been using another deck for the last 3 days, and I think I've had 5-hour sessions Thursday, Friday, and this morning. So I was tired of looking at them. So I want to look at something else. That's the way it rolls, baby. All right. Well, we'll get started here. Just a shout out to everybody. We got Sun and Music in here. We got Touch O Love and Mika Khan. Hello, everybody. You got Blessed One and Brenda and Ateshi. Good to see everyone. Sassy Libra. Oh, no, you don't gamble. What? And we got Nita as well. Hello, everybody. So happy to have you here. Thank you for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love. So thank you for showing the love, and you're part of the love tsunami as well. So I'm very grateful. We actually don't have any donations yet. So we will dive into the free readings right off the bat here, and we will get the party going. So up first, we do have Nita at 1414, already starting up with repeating numbers. Look at that. So, Nita, you want to know, will S contact you this year? All right, let's dive in. Will S contact you this year? So, based on current energies, let's take a look here. Okay, thank you. What else in this one? All right. Well, you got the 7 of Wands and the 2 of Wands. There is this energy of possibilities when we dive into the Wands energy here. Because Wands is about possibilities and action and energies that come in. The 2 of Wands tells us that whether they contact you or not largely has to do in part with your own energy focus. And what I mean by that is, like, if I focus on, I want them to contact me, I need them to contact me, I fear they won't contact me. Well, when I put my energy into that, if I put my energy into the fear of something not happening, my energy brings in the not happening to me, because I fear it, but all the energy hears is not have them contact me. Don't have them contact me. For God's sake, don't have them contact me, right? So it pushes it further away. If I focus on the want and the need, that's lack energy. So that also says I enjoy wanting but not having that because it's lack energy. So that also pushes it further away. But on the other hand, if I focus on what do I love about the contact I have had with them, if I've never had any contact with that particular person, then I can also have gratitude for the contact I have with people and the contact I have had with people. But we stay away from the want and need and fear energy if we want to draw it in. We sincerely step into gratitude and we become gratitude instead of becoming want and need energy. And then that allows it to come in. The Seven of Wands, that's an interesting energy in combination with all this because usually the Seven of Wands is about being true to one's authentic self, shine bright, don't dim your light, don't ask permission to shine, don't be afraid to be seen, and to um, even don't be afraid to reach out and contact them if that feels reasonable, for you as well. But there's also something about 7. We've only got, what, 8, 9 weeks left in this year, but the 7 is really standing out, and I feel like this is more about timing. Right now, the energy is about 7 weeks, but that's with us maybe having a wanting, needing, fearing energy. If you switch it up, that higher vibration brings things in sooner than later. Fear and lack energy pushes things out and makes it longer before it comes to us. So if you raise your love vibration, that could come even sooner. But there is great possibility here, um, that it will be this year that they'll contact you here in the next 7 weeks. All right. So that's what they have for you, Nita. Many blessings to you. All right. And we got Sassy Libra in the house. So, Sassy Libra, thank you so much for understanding last night. I know it was at 5 hours and I was tired. So, thank you for understanding. Um, and we'll take a look here. So, you want to know, will the Dodgers be in the World Series champions of 2025? I didn't even know it was football season. I'm just kidding. But a bunch. Oh, how dare you? Let's take a look here. And don't worry, I don't bet. I'm just curious about last night's games. Yeah, please. I'm not a bookie or a statistician. Tarot's for fun, right? And for entertainment purposes only. So we'll take a look here. Based on current energies, will the Dodgers be the 2025 winners of the World Series? Let's take a look here. Bump, bump, bump. We do have the King of Wands and the Six of Cups. It's an interesting energy here because the Six of Cups energy is more of like a past coming back. Uh, it's like relationships or emotions from the past coming back. And the King of Wands is an energy of planning, deciding what we want, putting action behind it. And they're the ones that can get things to happen here. It's the card of possibilities, and this is high possibilities. When I first saw the Six of Cups, there was this energy of um, the history repeating itself, and I like this. It feels positive for them. Something about a comeback, something about in the past, there was almost this exact same situation, maybe even with the exact opposing team. And I'm so sorry, I don't know who is in the World Series this year. Our Colorado Rockies never, hardly ever get that far. And I've been so out of touch of with sports. I don't even watch the Broncos. I know what happened. I used to be an avid watcher, but I just kind of, yeah. Um, but I feel like if you're an avid um, World Series person, maybe look at the history between these two teams, because I do feel like this is tending toward and the possibilities of winning because it's a comeback energy. Um, and it feels like it's history repeating itself. But it does feel like a positive, but it'd be interesting to look and see if they've played before, especially if it's like, you know, because we have the Dodgers and who else is normally in the World Series? It's like a popular team, but I feel like they've matched up before, but this feels like it's been a while since they've met in this manner with this amount of games and history or whatever. So hopefully that makes sense, but it feels like it's a positive energy coming in here. So we shall see. Now I'm going to have to watch. Now I'm going to have to find out what's going on. But that's what they have for you, sassy Libra. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Ateshi Singh in the house. Let's grab your timestamp here. There we go. So, what to expect on Monday and Tuesday from HL? All right. Based on current energies, we'll take a look here and see what in actions based on their current energy will they have for Monday, Tuesday. Okay. Monday's energy, we do have the Eight of Swords. So there's a bit of a flow of communication coming in here, but there's a lot of thinking. It almost feels like they're to themselves a little bit, but the Eight of Swords is about questioning our own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve us anymore. Those that made us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. And so it does feel like there's a bit of energy of stepping into sharing communication because I'm not letting things hold me back like I did before. Um, so Monday feels like a flow, more of communication, maybe even a little more of sharing from the heart. Well, let's not go too crazy. Sharing from the mind. The heart isn't represented here. It's like the heart's like, "Are you crazy? I'm not going to be talking on Monday." That's the brain's job. So I feel like it's more communication, thinking, thoughts, that kind of thing. Tuesday, we do have the Three of Cups, and that is more of friends and joy, a joyful kind of gathering of friendships here. So Tuesday feels a bit, um, it's like there's something that they need to go to with friends, or they're hanging out with friends, or um, it just feels like they're really distracted by a group of friends and they're doing something on Tuesday. Um, I'm not seeing what it is. I mean, it's Halloween coming up, so it's not a Halloween party. Maybe they were going to go get Halloween costumes, or they're having a little pre-Halloween get together, or something. But it just feels like it's friends that are drawing them into something to be looked at and to hang out, kind of energy. So I feel like Monday might be the day that there's more communication, and Tuesday they might be a little distracted for a while until more in the evening. And then there might be some more communication there, but I wouldn't expect anything for Tuesday. Just let them go do the thing. And then if they contact you, to be a pleasant surprise. But I feel like they're going to be really distracted by friends on that day. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Diana. Well, hello, hello. Good to see you. Let me grab some of these other free readings while we're waiting for Diana. Putting your question out there. Hello, hello. All right, let me just grab these and put them over here so I can remember where I'm at easier. Grab sun and music as well. All right. Yep, that is what we have. All right. So let me grab your name. We'll put you on the donation list up here. All right. So, hey, Diana, let's give you a timestamp here. Thank you so much for your donation. That's your time's up. And for the popcorn, uh-oh. So the other day, when you were all together, CP made a joke about her and FS. And then CP's exact words were FS is with them until one day they wake up and say F you and leave leave their ass. Oh, and F oh my gosh, next to CP ignored their comment. CP then followed up with whatever, it is what it is. Your jaws dropped, a couple of people laughed, and then the subject was changed. A popcorn deep dive tea read on what the heck is going on with CP and FS in October and end of November and end of December is what CP alluded to coming to fruition. And if so, when? I know, right? Uh-oh. Yeah, for that, right? And I have this new deck here called Spill the Tea. So we'll dive in a little bit with some of those cards too. I thought of of you when I saw these cards. I'm like, oh, you would love these. All right. Hey, Alice, welcome, welcome. All right, let's take a look here. Crunch my cough drop here. All right. Wow. Wow. That's just crazy. So you said was it so CP said made a joke that her and FS they said so FS is with me until one day they wake up and say F you and leaves me. So they were saying they were going to leave me, right? Yeah, that makes more sense because they're more apt to overreact. Well, anyway, that's all, we know all this. We'll get into it here. So, all right. So let's see what is going on here. So we only have what a week left in October. Can you believe it? So this final week of October, what do we got going on here? Boom, boom, boom. Put these over here, and then like through the month of November, how does it end up? The end of November. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 3, and then the end of December. Wow. 1, 2, 3. Wow. Consistent 3, 3, and 3. That happened last night too in a reading. I should just highlight it that way I can see and not have to try to find it each time with my old man eyes. Oh, is it coming to fruition? And if so, when will it happen? Let's take a look here. We'll pull that from the Learning Tarot because that has timing in it. So let's take a look here. Is it going to happen where they wake up and say, screw this, I'm out? I don't. It is what it is. Well, okay. We'll see what that is about. I don't know what the card is yet. And then let's spill the tea. Let's spill the tea for each month. We'll see what we got here. So for October, for November, ooh, 2 for November. And what about December? Nothing. December. Oh, that must be it. All right. Oh, we didn't look at the bottom of the deck. We got the 10 of Swords. Yeah, that is kind of that energy, right? We've got this energy. The 10 of Swords is stick a fork in me, I'm done kind of energy. You know, it is this energy of like, I would say I'm sick and tired trying to live up to everyone's expectations. I got to be me. Screw everyone's roles. I'm going to do me and be me kind of energy. So it makes sense that that kind of energy is there, is letting go of expectations. But there is something that comes in with that too, because when we get to the point where we're just tired and we kind of give up in a way where we're like, whatever, then the pressure's off and we start to live and we start to look at life differently too. So it's kind of like almost like a catch 22 or catch 10 maybe. I don't know. I don't know what this is, because when it's almost like at work um when I was in corporate life, I was trying so hard, putting in what I felt was like 4 times the amount of work of anyone else, from our human perspective, right? God meets expectations, no raises, no bonuses, no promotions, and I was like, "Fine." I tried so hard, and for what? So I'm just going to stop. I'm not gonna worry about it anymore. I'm just gonna go in and I'm gonna focus on what I enjoy and what I do, and when I did, doing a fourth of the work, I got raises, promotions, and bonuses. And I was like, "What?" But that's how it happens when we release the striving and the drive and the stress, and we start living and enjoying things, then sometimes it just changes the energy and suddenly life becomes easier. Um, so interesting. We'll see. We'll see what comes in there, as well. Hey, Olivier, welcome, welcome. All right. So the rest of October, the T is an unknown path. The path ahead in the relationship is uncertain, yet hopeful. So perfect for what you just said. What you mentioned about what happened, the joke. It's like, we shall see. Let's see what comes in here with this energy. We have the Nine of Swords, which is the prequel to the Ten of Swords. They almost look exactly alike, right? There's just one more sword. One is nightmare and insomnia, having trouble sleeping, a lot on the mind, a lot of fears, a lot of expectations that pop in. We've got the Four of Wands, which is a joyful celebration and gathering, maybe a Halloween party. It feels like that the focus is more on get-togethers and gatherings, planning celebrations, even into Thanksgiving and Christmas. Planning our calendar? Oh, how boring, right? But coordinating calendars, making plans. But this is very much focused here on um, a celebration. You know, it's like, I don't know. I feel like Halloween is one of their favorite holidays, one of theirs. And so it's all about that right now, right? A get together on Halloween. Yeah. So it's all about that right now. Got to plan the costumes, got to do this. We have the high priestess energy as well. So there is a bit of stepping away, and she goes into the high priestess temple to well, both, the high priestess goes into the high priestess temple to try to look at things from a higher perspective, a different perspective, but more kind of pocketed away energy this week. Feel like they're very busy, very, you know in the room but not talking, not a whole lot of interaction. It feels like this week, just busy, 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 busy work, it feels like. But that is that focus, because we're coming up here on the end of the month. End of the month. Oh, yeah, the EOM, the end of the month um, rush to get sales in, if that makes sense. Sales in, and because people are going to be unavailable because of Halloween, and it's challenging kind of thing. So it feels like that's kind of energy this week. Then November. All right, let's get into November. We've got, yeah, we only got 3 cards there, but we got 2 of the T cards. So let's see here. They both work in cells, yeah. So I feel like they're working extra time to make up for taking off early because Halloween's Friday night, and It's like, let's get it all in here. So that's what I kind of feel like. All right. So for this one, yeah, it's interesting with the high priestess. I feel like there is some hidden truth starting to reveal, but we've got a hidden agenda in November. Someone has a hidden agenda and motives. Who could that be? And then we have the authentic self too coming in here, which is showing the true self courageously. Yeah, yeah, it does appear here. And I forget which one has been working on being more true to their authentic self and being like more courageous and bold than they were. That continues in November. The other is the one with the hidden agenda. They're trying to like manipulate things, right? Ooh la la. Who's the one with the hidden agenda? Yeah. So FS is the one working on themselves. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. That makes sense with um because I don't think FS would joke like CP did with that. CP making a joke. And this is that so that's such a CP thing to do, and they would be the ones with the hidden agenda, right? Because the authentic self is FS, and CP is is the one that they will say things like in that I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna look for their reaction, right? Yeah, that's like a that would be a slap in the face, right? And that's probably how FS took it too. It's like, "Really? In front of everyone?" Um, but, what I love is the courageousness. Normally, they wouldn't have said anything, FS, right? They wouldn't have said it, they wouldn't have, um, uh, really because it's such a touchy thing, they wouldn't have touched it with a 12-foot pole, right? But when they responded, "Whatever, it is what it is." They didn't say, "No, no, no, I won't." They're like, well, we'll see." Kinda like, "We'll see." But that's the hidden agenda. That's why I feel like, CP will have you know, they're doing their little tests and their tricks and things to try to find out without outright asking. They're gonna do their little, you know, maneuvers. That's the hidden agenda energy that I'm feeling is, I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna ask friends of friends and, um, even I don't know. I don't feel like they'll create, like, a fake account and contact them or anything like that. Nothing that notorious. That's too much work. That's funny. Alright. But let's see what happens here, in November with these cards. So we've got the Wheel of Fortune. So the wheels are turning here. Wow, I love that. I love their this courage, this growth that they have here. But the wheels of fate are a turning here. Let's see what they're bringing forward here. Yeah, the courage, the strength that's coming forward. So here's that energy. This is FS and their higher self. I feel like more this is the human and they've got this huge, hear me roar energy that's coming up and building up, behind them here. And they've got the 4 of Cups, yeah. There is emotional stability in November that comes in here with that, but it also is a stagnancy of emotion that comes in here too. It flatlines the emotion, but it's not dead, but there is this I feel like there's an abundance energy coming in November that kinda lightens things up a bit. 'Cause something that does cause them is the money. That's a sense of security. Really, I feel for them both, and that um, usually causes them. Psh, psh, psh. But when there's a big bout of abundance, then it makes it not so bad, right? Um, and that's what I kind of feel like here. But there's this courage too, because I feel like the abundance that's coming in also realizes I will be fine. I can take care of myself. I'm not dependent. And there's this energy of what's mine is mine, and what and what yours is mine too. No, what's yours is yours, and what's mine is mine. And I feel like, and this is heading towards the end. My third relationship, I usually ended up, because I'm a budgeter, I did the spreadsheets. I kept track of our expenses and the income and made sure we had enough for everything, made sure all the bills were paid and did all that stuff. But there came a point where um, my future ex was going to go visit their parents, and they were working a part-time job. I was working overtime to help make up for that they were working a full-time job, and they're like, they just started a new job too. They didn't have time off, and they were like, I'm like, "You're going to go visit your parents?" And they're like, "Yeah, but don't worry, they're sending me money for travel money and everything." And I'm like, "Well, that's good, but what about the income we're gonna be losing?" And they went, "Oh." Oh, oh. This was, let's see, about 20, oh my gosh. Is it really 20 years ago? It can't be 20 years ago. My God, it's more than 20 years ago. Time has flown. But at that moment, and this is the kind of energy I'm picking up, I was like, I went in, got the spreadsheet, got their checkbook, handed it to them, and I go, "This is now yours." And I'm moving down here into the basement, into the extra bedroom. Um, I'll give you this much a month of towards my part of all the expenses, and you can figure the rest out. They were like, but that's kind of what's coming in here is, um, um, we're let's just split everything down the middle. This is the money I'm going to give in, and then you're responsible for your portion. And there's that kind of energy that's coming in, with that kind of um, uh, energy. So it's really interesting that it feels like there's this line being drawn, but that was like a step towards it ending all, because it's like, oh, okay. But I feel this started when they went over a boundary of a line before, around FS's dream, right? And they're like, okay, well, I'm going to, you know, what's mine is mine, and this is our portion of everything. I will pay my portion, but I'm not going to pay your portion too, kind of energy. So there's this, wow, kind of energy. Um, so very, very interesting. But it does feel like that. It does feel that courage, that showing true self courageously, putting boundaries and really, doing that, right? Yeah, in the sand. um, so really you know, this thing is unfolding. All right, we'll find out here in a minute. Here we've got, yeah, two-faced. We got the mirror energy going on. Someone is friendly yet deceitful. And this does feel, of course, CP is trying to be friendlier, trying to appear friendlier, because they sense the end is coming. And it's not what they want, because, well, they want it to go back to the way it was when I had the upper hand, when I was this one that, had, um, I felt empowered anyway. And now I'm like, I don't know what's going on. December, we've got the 5 of Wands, yeah. So here is conflict energy that, in December, that is the fighting, the energy. We've got here the 9 of Pentacles. Oop, yep. Well, we'll see here. The 9 of Pentacles is independence energy, but it's also an energy of hermit and being alone um, in the physical world. And we got the Emperor. Yeah, Emperor energy. Um, Aries energy coming in. And also, it's about I want putting a plan together and taking action behind it too. So interesting with all this energy. Let's see here. Is this happening? Tell us about this here. Interesting. Well, we got the Ace of Cups, which is self love energy. The dates here, these actually are all of the water sign energy. We're going to be beyond Scorpio because that's October 3rd to November 21st. That's too soon with all this that's happening here. Um, February 19th to March 20th is Pisces season. And then after that, we go back into Scorpio, not Scorpio. Um, oh, wait. What am I looking at? Yeah, no, Cancer. Cancer season is June 21st to July 22nd. I got confused for a moment. I'm like, that's my mom's a Pisces. I'm like, no, February 19th to March 20th is Pisces, but that's the end, and then it starts over with the new zodiac. It threw me off. But so that's Cancer, and then we're in Scorpio season right now. But I do feel it feels more springtime going into like that Pisces season seems about right. February 19th to March 20th. Because things are baking, but even though there's some struggle um, in December with that 5 of Wands, and there's planning and um, and this independent energy, it just feels like it takes a whole new step. But I don't feel like separation yet here, at least physical. I feel like this is more, again, continuation of financial separation, doing things independently. It's like the crevice gets wider and wider. And there's too many things going on in December to let's not worry about this now. We're just gonna just be friendly with everyone. And that's what I feel like. That two-faced, someone's friendly yet deceitful. They're in front of everyone, they're being at least cordial-ish, but I feel like they both know where this is headed, and I feel like more plans are being made in December, but I don't feel like they're telling each other their plans till we get into January, into February. And then March, I do feel like that February 19th to March 20th is when, based on current energies, is when the separation would occur. Um, but it doesn't feel like there's a big bang that, all right, this is it, this is over. I feel like part has begun. And obviously, this joke is a if it's happening in private and within ourselves, it starts making its way out into public. So the joke is like, what? But it is being talked about, and um, I feel like steps are being taken, um, baby steps towards it. But I feel like in January, I do feel like things start becoming many little steps or big steps, and then the finalization that comes in, right? Oh, that's funny. You're like, what just happened? I know. That is so interesting. All right. Well, let's see what the fortune cookie brings in too. We've got 3 left from this Alice, um, Wonderland, oracle. So we'll take a look here. Um, since your last number is a 2 on your timestamp, if they don't have one become evident. Okay, they did. Big if they did. So this is your card here. So let's take a look here. Okay, sorry, we had something weird coming in my email here. All right. Oh wow. Master number 44, and we've got this. What do they have? An eagle? You can't go back to yesterday. Be in the present. Wow. Very much living in the now, and that makes sense. That's the kind of energy that it is. It's like I'm not living in the past, and I'm also not planning a lot into the future, kind of just going with what's happening right now, kind of energy. Oh, that's a griffin. Oh, yeah, I see the little pause here too. So it says, this is from Alice in Wonderland, the book, right? And the griffin added, "Come, let's hear some of your adventures." "I could tell you my adventures, beginning from this morning," said Alice a little timidly, "but it's no use going back to yesterday because I was a different person then." Wow. In this lovely moment, Alice is being asked to recount her adventures for the griffin, who longs to hear them and is genuinely interested. Alice would love to share, too, but she knows if she talks a great deal about what has happened and where she's from, she will never truly be able to move forward and find out who she is now that she has changed and is within the world of Wonderland. What? The griffin wants her to share so he can be entertained and perhaps get to know her a little better. But for Alice, the thought of reliving the past is no good, as it will not help him know her, as she has changed too much. And therefore, her history is not a way to true friendship. Perhaps this is the same for you, for FS, right? Focus on creating new memories, on sharing experiences, on getting to know someone, and letting them know you in the present through observation and conversation. Accept that you have changed. Wow. As we change, the simple telling of who we were and what we did is sometimes not as powerful as sharing who we are becoming and experiencing new adventures right in the heart of the precious present moment. Yes, we can share our past adventures and histories, but perhaps you were quite a different person then. So consider adventuring forth and fully experiencing the present with people you've connected with. Your past will spill out of you when the time is right for the sharing of such things. Wow. The divination is you are more than you have evolved and changed. Sharing your history is only to share who you once were. You're no longer the same person. Wow. 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 So perfect. Such the epiphany, really, of of FS, right? So I love that. Yeah, absolutely. We can do follow up here. I'll jump over to Alice's real quick here. Not real quick. We're going to give her, of course, due diligence on the reading there. Let's see here. Oh, it's right here. That's weird. It shows Alice in the donation, but it has you're just Alice. So it's throwing me off there. And then we'll circle back around. Diana there. Let's see. I had one come in via via the PayPal. Let me just check timestamps. I keep looking and I look away and I forget it already. All right. Short term. Yeah. So we have that. And then we have Maria P. And then we'll circle back around for your two there, Diana. So got Maria P there. Boom, boom, boom. And then we got two for Jew. Two more. There we go. Grab that. Yeah. All right. So that's where we're at. Yeah, isn't that just crazy? This is a beautiful deck. I've been using it for since Thursday. Only got two more of those left, and then we're gonna move on to a different one for tonight. So, which uh, you'll be the start of the other deck that I'm gonna use, which is the Samhain Oracle. All right. Okay. All right. We need to take a sip here. So, cheers, Diana. Whew. Wow. What an adventure. And I think new love is headed their way too. I know. How do I just throw that in and then leave you? That Ace of Cups is really standing out. And what I read in that oracle really stood out too about them getting to know someone. Someone's wanting to get to know them. Uh, so there's conversation going on with someone. It feels like, but not anything romantic. I feel like they're just meeting someone and they're getting to know someone, but they're really realizing I'm not my past is really coming forward. So, all right. I know. How dare I do that to you? All right. We're moving on. We're moving on. I'll be back. All right. So, just Alice, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. All right. All right. So, Alice, thank you for your donation and your smiley face sticker here. So, you want to know RJ's thoughts and feelings about you, and will he text you soon? I know, right? The cliffhanger. How dare I? All right, let's take a look here, Alice. So, RJ. RJ's thoughts and feelings about you right now. So, let's see here. RJ's thoughts. What's going on with them today? What's on their in that I don't want to call it their rickety little mind. What's going on in there? Creak, 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 creak. The hamster wheels are running. What's going on in there? Love you, RJ. I love you. Feelings. Feelings, feelings, feelings towards you. Okay. And I feel like those are really below the surface. And then will they text you soon? Let's do the when here, just in case. We'll get some timing, see if they'll give us any timing. But we'll use the Learning Tarot here. And because this is kind of relationship oriented, let's pull it. See if these resonate. They are pretty strong ones, though. They are been pretty honest. All the ones I've been using lately too. So it's very interesting. All right, so Alice, love the shirt. Hey. I put on my other shirt here because it's getting cold. It's dropping down into the 30s tonight, and I'm like, all right. So let's take a look here, Alice. So RJ's thoughts. What's going on in their head towards you right now? We have the Hierophant. They are trying to find clarity, trying to find things from up above. Let's see what else here. Yeah, and the Three of Wands. And I kind of felt this when you first asked here, when I was reading it here, because with new information, which is what the Hierophant does, it gives them a different perspective. Like they want to take a different direction with the Three of Wands. And where before their mind was looking at you as a resource and kind of wanting to do some little tricks and whatever they can to get back in the door, I feel like something's happened here because the 3 of Wands is a change of direction that's come in here, and it does feel like maybe maybe you made it crystal clear with them that ain't gonna happen, and with this new clarity that's come in from somewhere somehow, they're like, maybe I won't do those things after all." So their mind has changed. Let's see what's gone on in their heart here. Yeah, they have the 10 of cups. Their heart still has a connection towards you and wanting. Um, Below the surface, we do have the 7 of wands, along with the hanged man. Again, they're in this transformational area. Um, but the 7 of wands does have to be with the heart doesn't wanna have to try to be someone else. One of the T cards is I just put this back in, it came flying back out, is the authentic self, showing true self courageously. But there is this, I wanna be true to myself. And I feel like it's like saying, "I wanna be true to myself." But then it's like, "Well, who is that?" I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. But they know what they don't want. And there is this group dynamics is shifting too among friends here. So there is this interesting energy that's going on here. Again, I feel like it's funny with group dynamics because we're talking about all the baskets they have that they keep eggs in, that it's like they've had this shift and they're like, well, I found someone that um I can get a lot from, so I can let a basket go because I got a basket secured that will take your spot in a way. Because they are very much about, at this point in their life, not being committed to one person, but trying to fill themselves up from many. And they fear putting all their eggs in one basket because they'll habitually and experientially and, through all their experiences, people leave, people leave, people leave, or they leave them. Um, and it's like, well, yeah, I understand why you wouldn't want to put all your eggs in a basket. It's actually pretty smart for them to do that because otherwise they'd lose everything all the time. It's not that it's the what that's not going to attract very many people. It'll attract people like them, but you're not that person. You're like, no, you are. This is my last word. No. There you go. Maybe they got the message. When will they text you? We got the 8 of swords. Um, it says May 16th to July 28th. That time frame sounds off. But if we look at the 16th through the 28th, I feel like they're gonna kind of delay and play this, well, whatever game. Because that would be November 16th through um December 28th. That seems too far away. I feel like this is more October 16th through November 28th. So they'll contact you before the end of November. Could be any time now because we're past the 16th of October. Um, but they will contact you before November 28th. The 8 of Swords energy is about letting go of mindsets that no longer serve, but the little affirmation is I break free from limiting beliefs. And I feel like that's an important thing to do here because regarding love, it says limitations and uneasiness, and they don't want to be trapped and constricted. That's how they feel when they're in relationships, when people are trying to tell them who they're supposed to be and what they're supposed to do. So, oh, I know. It's not a mistake, my dear. You were meant, you wanted this to happen so that you could understand yourself more. And I feel like it did confirm a lot of things that in the beginning, maybe you didn't want to see. You saw it through your third eye, but you kind of, I don't see it. These aren't the droids you're looking for from Star Wars, right? Um, and, um, and you allowed yourself to not see it, even though you knew it. Um, and now you're like, I'm going to trust my gut and trust that in the future, which will actually end up saving you a lot more bigger trouble later in life because you're learning to trust your intuition and your instincts. So I like that for you. All right. We just got 2 cards left. Just 2. Yep. So we'll take a look here. Let's see, what was yours was a 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is your card. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. You have never jam today. Never jam today. Let's see what this is. It's promises that never come to be, empty words, not living in the now. Wow. Dang. You're like, I can picture you saying that to them. These are just empty words. All right. So from Alice in Wonderland, it says Alice couldn't help laughing as she said, I don't want you to hire me and I don't care for jam. It's very good jam, said the queen. Well, I don't want any today at any rate. You couldn't have it if you did want it, the queen said. The rule is jam tomorrow and jam yesterday, but never jam today. Wow. It just seems like this would be a conversation that you would have with them, RJ, right? Says when the White Queen makes her outrageous statement that jam is for tomorrow and for yesterday, but never for today, Alice realizes that no one is ever to get any jam. When this card comes to you, what can it mean? Well, it's likely that someone is making promises that sound like there's plenty on offer, when in fact it is extremely unlikely to deliver and come through with all the wonderful things they are attracting you with. Wow. You see, when this card comes, someone is claiming they can do a lot of good for you, but whether they're offering a pay raise, a good time, or a commitment, it is never to be. The promise is never ever delivered or enjoyed today. They exist on promises of a better future and the memories of a wonderful past, but they will never make good on their promises when it most counts, and that is today. Fortunately, Alice is not at all attracted by the offerings of the White Queen. She literally does not want the jam, so she cannot be manipulated. Wow. But those who do want the jam could be forever living in the hope that one day they'll get jam. The fact is, that will never, ever happen. So, them leading on everybody. Nope, ain't gonna happen. Listen to the person making you some rather wonderful promises or boasting about how much they can offer others. Will they deliver? Are they always talking about the past and planning for a wonderful future, but struggling in the present? If so, it's best to be like Alice and have no desire for promises which will never be fulfilled. Wow, that's pretty clear, isn't it? The divination said, words are plentiful, but deeds are few. Thinking that the past and the future are better than the present. Being attracted by promises of good times and abundance that may never be kept. Boasting of plenty, but never enjoying it in the moment. Manipulation and withholding. That's what they do, right? Demand results in the present and work towards satisfying your desires yourself. Don't buy what they're selling. Boom. Say, wow, that's a strong no. All right. I think that's the most escalated no. Then it starts back out of the no. All right. And that's what they have for you, Alice. Hopefully that helps, my dear. Many blessings to you. Hang in there. Thank you again for the donation. All right. Maria P., you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Wow. Tell you, these cards are so clear. They're almost scary a little bit. All right. So, Maria, thank you so much for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right. So, Wally's feelings and thoughts on you now. All right, let's take a look here. So, we've got thoughts and feelings all together. Whoa, three. Boom, boom, boom. What would he like to do with his life now? Right now, he wants to be a hunter forever and live in the woods. Will he meet in person your kid's Halloween based on current energies? Does he know you want to take us to the next level? Take a look here. Is he going to bring you something from his trip, like a hoof of a deer? And then what's coming up for us next month? All right. Thoughts and feelings. We do have the Six of Cups. Yeah, so they're very much have the children. You must have been asking about the children and the Halloween because that is on their mind here. We have the Four of Wands, which is a joy and celebration energy, and the Ace of Wands, which is about passion. That's coming in here. So they are very much in a place, and I feel like this has a lot to do with them being away from everything, work and home and dark side and dragon and all the other stuff. Not so much you, but everything else. It's bringing them some clarity that's coming in here with all of this here. Will he meet? Let's see. What would he like to do with his life now? Is what this one was. We have the Page of Wands. He does have that passion that he hasn't talked about yet, and that's not for us to tell. Um, that is something like we talked about. He hasn't told anyone else because he's afraid people will, you know, uh, nix it or tell him that it's stupid or whatever. So he does have this passion of what he wants to do. Like when everything gets settled in his life, he goes, I want to start this, maybe start it as a hobby, a side project, and then slowly work into it where maybe hopefully someday maybe I could do this full time kind of energy. But 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 I do feel like they're wanting to get their life solid and consistent where it feels stable, then they want to work on this dream that someday they may tell you about, but they haven't told anyone else about it. That's why spirit's going, no, we're not going to reveal that. That's not for us to say, for us to tell. So we're going to honor that for now. Um, will he meet in person for your kids for Halloween? We do have the Three of Wands and the Ace of Cups. I do feel like they want to. This Three of Wands, it's in a different way than we think, though. Um, this feels more like, um, what does this feel like? It's almost like I don't know if there's some sort of gathering. It'll be more, you know, not so much as separate. I feel like maybe you'll bring them somewhere where they're at and they'll get to meet them and interact, but it's not like so obvious that it's you guys all together going somewhere. It's like you take your kids somewhere and they're there too amongst a lot of other people and you get to introduce them or whatever. But I don't feel like it's not the way you're wanting it to be with that Three of Wands. It's yes, but in a different way kind of energy. So hopefully that makes sense. Um does he know you want to take it to the next level? Yep, death card. Endings and beginnings. We're gonna take this to the next level if it kills you. No, this is the death and rebirth, so they do definitely know that you, wanna take it to the next level. Is he bringing you something from his trip? We have the Six of Swords. Um, it doesn't feel like they are here. I feel like they're really, a lot of activity, whoa, a lot of movement going on. And so I don't feel like they bring something back. I just feel like they're the energy I'm feeling right now anyway is that they're very it's like they're consumed with the trip and nothing else. And they're really in the moment of it all. Um and I just don't feel like there's anything that they see that they think that you would appreciate. Unless they bring back a piece of the animal that they kill, which I don't think that they're like, "No, I don't think that you'd appreciate that." But it feels very remote-ish and doesn't it's not like there's a really cool gift shop or anything like that. I feel like they're like, "Nah, yeah, there's nothing here," right? And then what's coming for you guys next month? You do have the King of Pentacles. There's a bit of abundance energy that's coming in here and temperance, patience, patience, patience. Things slowly unfolding, but it feels like an abundance energy. It feels like um, gratitude energy that's going on there next month. But still, it's an energy of slow movement forward. Um, it almost feels like it's a time here with that King of Pentacles to get balance in the outside world together. Because I feel like things went out of balance for a good 2, 3, even 4 weeks, right? Feels like things, are getting back more into a solidness, next month, but things are moving forward slowly. Alright. And then your fortune cookie is shine bright like a candle. You will make it through this. There you go. And let's see what this card 36. And then from the Alice in Wonderland, it says, "For it might end, you know," said Alice to herself. Wow, for it might end, you know. What? In my going out altogether like a candle? I wonder what I should be like then. Interesting. Let's see what this is. Says you are changing, and all around you, everything seems unfamiliar. You are changing so much that you may be wondering if you will make it through this change. You may, like Alice, be thinking that if things keep going the way they are, that you could go out like a candle and end altogether. But Alice does not cease to exist simply because she is in an unpredictable situation, and nor will you. You have a bright and glorious light within you that will shine through all the changes in your life, through every opportunity and perfect decision. It will shine despite the mistakes and hurts you may experience. The brightness within you is eternal and cannot be put out so easily. So, despite the times when you fear the darkness lies ahead, know that the guiding light you seek is inside of you. When you receive this card, know that no matter how difficult or strange things seem to be, and no matter how much your life is altering, that you are a bright and shining soul, and you will continue to shine for a long time to come. Yes, you may wonder what will become of you, but do not torture yourself with unnecessary worries or contemplate disasters. It is natural to feel a little anxious and to prepare for the worst, but trust this card. Your light has a long time yet to shine in this world. It will only grow brighter as your soul continues its marvelous journey through the wonderland of existence. The divination energy for this is your divine light is strong. You are radiant. It's about endurance, resilience, making it through a trying time, hopeful future, wondering about life and death, contemplating the purpose of your existence, and connections with the afterlife. Um, and then the reversal or the kind of the challenging energy, maybe of this, it's called the reversed, but that would be an energy of no interest in life beyond the immediate and the material, questioning whether there is existence beyond this lifetime, the refusal to wonder about the next stages of your life or what will happen next, and sureness that nothing at all will change. So there's some good reflective energy coming in with all of that there. And that is what they have for you. Let me just put these back over here. That's the end of that deck. So that's what they have for you, Maria. And if we get to free readings here, um, I think you had a free reading up here too. We'll see how far we get. But if we do, then your free reading will be later. I'm sure I'll probably get to them, but we'll see. We'll see. All right. So up next, we do have three for Diana coming up here, and then Sean G. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Hey, you'll be up after that. Yes. So thank you so much. Good to see you. And see anyone else pop in here? Of course, Collector. I don't know if I did a shout out to you. Hello, hello. And I'm not sure if I missed Olivier Vagata. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Good evening to you. And Maria P, of course. Hello. Okay, I think that's everyone that's come in. All right. So, Diana, here we go. So, Diana, let's get your additional timestamp here. We'll put you at 122 even, Diana, and we'll give you a timestamp for each one here as we go. That way you can tell the difference between them here. So, got two more. Let me just change that so I know where I'm at. So, thank you for your additional popcorn. Yum, yum. All right. So, cheers, and we'll dive in. All right. So, follow up on the popcorn tea read. So, what was shocking was that FS was standing right there when CP made the comment. All right. Although FS ignored it at the time, was the comment later addressed? Oh, okay. Does FS know that CP uh, is two-faced in their nice behavior? Are they still trusting CP will change? Oh yeah. All right. Let's find out, right? Let us take a look see here. And I put all those cards back in, but we'll take a look here and see what we got. What do we got here? Let's pull from the Spill the Tea. Tell us about that. And then, so they didn't really ignore it, right? They kind of brushed it off because they did comment, right? But so it's not so much, I feel like this energy is like, I didn't ignore it and I made a comment. I commented, but I didn't give it a lot of energy. So I acknowledged it with my comment, but was it dealt with later? Was it addressed later? Oh, yes, it was. Okay. I'm getting like, had a flash of a discussion while we're mobile. Well, I have um, a what is that? A captive audience, right? So let's take a look here. It was addressed. Let's see what that's about here. Oh, you mean okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, because CP made the joke, right? I thought it was FS that said, "Whatever it is, what it is." Oh, okay. So they just were like, "Oh, I get you. I get it now. I'm understanding." Well, that makes sense. But yeah, definitely there was discussion later for sure there. All right. Okay. Thank you for the clarification there. And then does FS know that CP is two-faced in their nice behavior. Yeah, I feel like the nice behavior is more outward, right? So I don't feel like they are nicer. I'm feeling here, but do they trust it? Like crocodile tears, but it's crocodile smiles. It's like, yeah, it's too much history. Yeah. Well, we'll see here with that, and then and there are they still trusting Sepa change? Okay, yeah, we'll take a look here. Underlying energy over it all, we do have the Hierophant, which is about seeing things from a higher perspective, seeing things with clarity. The T with all of this, oh my gosh, I knew it was going to come back up. You can't make it up. I put the cards back in to reshuffle them, and I had a feeling. I'm like, I bet we're going to get the Two Face card again, and boom, there it is. So uh, it's obviously um, they've been two faced for a very long time because they know what CP says about people behind their backs, and FS in the beginning was, "Oh, well, you don't do that stuff about me, right?" That's the whole thing when, like people at work, whenever people would gossip about other people, yeah, I love Spirit. This is like, people would be like, "Do you know so and so da 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 da?" I'm like, "Do you talk like about me like that with other people?" And they're like, and I'm like, "Oh, I'll take that as a yes." And then they don't talk to me anymore. The They learn very fast. Don't gossip with Brother Z. I'll either call you out or we'll go, "Hey, let's go talk to the person and get to the bottom of it." "Oh God, no. I just want to spread gossip. I don't want to go solve anything." Well, here we go. I'm going to go by myself then. I'm going to go, so I'm going to tell them you told me it though. So you might as well come along and protect yourself. And how fast people hear and they don't share any gossip with you at all. And that's where I wanted to be. It was funny. Anyway, let's take a look here. So first, was it addressed later? We have the Eight of Swords. Yeah, there was discussion. This seems, well, the beginning here started off as a, did you mean that, what you said? It started off calm. Um, you know, uh, so, there is this, like, equal back and forth kind of, "Is this how you think? Is that what you think?" And then, boom, let's see what happens with these 2 other cards. It led to the 7 of Pentacles and the Empress. Hmm, wow. I thought it was gonna be something more, but 7 of Pentacles, very slow, very patient, and the Empress was Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, but it's more like sitting there silent on the throne, and then silence. Wow. What a difference. What an evolution FS has had, because I feel like they were like, "Is that really what you think?" And they're "Woba-da-ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da-da," and they're like, "Oh, okay." Silence. Stoic queen in the armchair of the car. Oh, okay. And 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 I don't feel like it was pushed like, "Well, what does that mean? What do you think? Da, 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 da." They were just like, "Why aren't they saying anything?" Really threw them off. I love this because I feel like FS is learning, I'm not gonna waste my breath. I'm not gonna waste my energy. I'm conserving it for me. I'm nurturing myself. I'm focusing my energy on my creativity, on my birthing of things. Huh, all right. It's not a surprise. Yeah, there are walls, right? There's the, there's the this energy of, uh-oh, I got it. I got it. All right. There it goes. um, yeah, it is this energy of I'm I'm reallocating my resources. Emotional, mental, energetic, physical resources even. Um, and I do believe with that two-facedness, like, they know that if before I went off on my little tangent there, my little story, they, um, they know that they talk about everyone else and they act one way in front of people and then a different way about them behind the scenes, and they realize they do that to me too. And I feel like they've had a lot of realization. They're like, you can't I'm being true to my authentic self, but you're not in a place where you can be. So, it's very interesting. Very interesting. But we go into the two-facedness here. Um, do they know that they're two-faced? Well, we got the two-faced card. And then we have the Five of Pentacles. And they know that it has to do here with this feelings of lack, and that and I feel like part of their therapy and part of their understanding that they're realizing with CP is that you do this. It's like boasters boast, not because they believe what they boast, but because they want other people to believe that they're up here when really believe I'm down here. And and we try to manipulate and power and pretend and all that, because inside it makes our little inner child feel like I got one up on everyone. Da 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 kind of energy, right? So it's interesting there. Are they falling for that, trusting CP will change? We have the 10 of cups. There's a hope that they will change, but not a trust that they will. With the 10 of cups, I hope that they can change, but if not, yeah, we have the Chariot, we have the power of choice, this movement, energy, because their heart, the 10 of cups, and we've got Cancer moon energy. There's a lot of emotional energy there. They have a lot of emotional connection still to them, um, deep under the recess of all the packed on volcanic eruption ash that have created layers over the heart. That's what they showed me. All the volcanoes that have exploded have covered up, deep in the sediment is this emotional love that was there that has since then been ashed over. But it's still there, and there is hope that they will. But I also feel, with the Six of Swords, they're leaving old ways of thinking behind, seeing things from a higher perspective, a desire to move from choppy waters to calmer waters. So I feel like there's a lot of clarity that's coming in. Um, and again, I like that clarification. They're hopeful that they'll be able to change, but it's like a caterpillar going into cocoon, becoming a butterfly. And while we're in that cocoon transforming, like, I sure hope that they also get into a cocoon and transform. I'm hopeful, but I'm not gonna place any bets on it because 'cause they're like, I don't even feel like they told them that they would change. Like, "I'll change." I feel like, "No, no, I'm not gonna hold my breath. I'm gonna continue to focus on my self-nurturing, because uh, I can't do anything about that. I can only do something about this kind of energy." Interesting. Interesting, interesting. All right. For the fortune cookies, we're moving into the Seasons of the Witch, the Samhain, is that how you say it? Samhain Oracle, which is next week. It's a really delicious red, juicy color. Maybe we should switch to red. I don't want to do anything wrong here. We are now in red. Got to change my little light over here too. I can't have red and green. I'm not ready for Christmas colors yet. There we go. We've gone into the red zone. All right. So we'll take a look here. See what this fortune cookie comes in. All right, they are activated, and let us find out the fortune cookie for this one. So what else around this situation? All right. We've got Candle Magic, number 9. And this is about speak your breath into its velvet, recite along its spine all you desire, all that which will unravel. Ooh, let's see what this brings in here. Oh, okay. I was like, where's the numbers? They're on the cards. The key words for this are intentions. Ooh, okay. So there are few spells that are complete without a candle, or 2 or 10. Candles make the setting of a spell more magical and also play an essential role in a spell. Candles carry our intentions out into the universe. They pull in our words and prayers along their spines and send them out through the tips of their flames. Aside from carrying our intentions, candles call in good spirits and nature's helpers who are drawn to the light of the flame. These spirits protect us as well as hold our intentions, making our spells all the more magical, effective, and special. When you're holding Candle Magic, the card, know that your intentions and prayers have been received by the powers that be. They know you are in need of support and are working hard behind the scenes to bring your prayers to life. You do not need to worry, as your intentions will manifest when the time is right. Wow. And then the rest of that's just talking about candles. But what I'm really picking up with this is there's this confidence that FS is gaining that my intentions will come true. And I'm focusing, again, we were talking about, I'm focusing my energy on my intentions. I'm lighting candles for me, not for anyone else, because this is the time for me. And I like that energy coming in for her. The 9 is a card of hermitude as well. Again, this energy of I'm focusing in on me. So I love that. Isn't that great? All right. So that is for that one for number 2. And then for number 3, we'll check in here. So number 3, we're going to have at 139 even. Maybe. Yep. I typed it correctly, believe it or not. There we go. And then we will circle back around for your one more here after that. So for the this is the 3rd popcorn, right? So thank you again for all your multiple donations. I really appreciate that. So what in the outside world will happen to cause the physical separation? Also, where will CP and FS then go to live? All right. Yeah, let's take a look here. Another sip. Cheers. All right. So, what in the outside world will happen to cause the physical separation? Okay. Do these. Okay. And then where will CP and FS then go to live? CP, FS. All right. That's it. All right. What do we got underneath here? Well, yeah. We got the Three of Cups on the bottom of the deck, which is all about community and support. That's here. So that is an interesting energy overall around this. And um, oh, oh, oh. Did you see the light bulb go off suddenly when it dropped into my little head? Third party, Three of Cups energy. Interesting. Well, we kind of alluded, kind of sort of to that in the cliffhanger, but maybe we'll get some more information in here. So, what in the physical world causes the physical separation, right, and the outside world? We do have the Devil card. Yeah, we've got this work energy coming in here, right? I know. We do have the Devil card. The Devil card is Saturn, Capricorn energy. It rolls over the 10th house of work. And what is this? So there's something about work that adds into it. It's not all, and I don't feel like it's one thing, but I feel like work, it starts in here. Um, because there is this change in work. Let's see what else we can find out about this here. Yeah, Ace of Pentacles, a new opportunity at work coming in here. So it does make sense here that there's this change here that draws them. Um, you know, I feel like it draws someone to somewhere else. But this feels like this comes more at the beginning of the new year, more into the end of January. Because it's almost like this is what seals it. Like, I feel like we've been having this separation grow, this physical separation grow that leads into this, right? Um, and I feel like, and I don't know, I'm going to find out here with these other four cards, I'm sure, because it feels like they're growing apart. And it feels like they both find other interests and they end up, um, I feel like one of them is gonna move away, and we'll find out here too, um, for an opportunity at work or a job. If not the where they're at in a promotion, going to another office or something, it's getting a job working for someone else, and it's a great opportunity, and then they wanna head off somewhere. But I do feel like there's their hearts are being pulled and away from, uh, each other, but I feel like it's both. I feel like one is physical. I wonder who that is, and one is emotional, and it's like whoosh, it's just the barrier gets bigger and bigger, and then this job opportunity comes around. Feel like it's Aquarius season, February 19th to March 19th, and then this opportunity comes, and then they're like, "Well, I really wanna go do this," and they're like, "It's probably a good idea because I feel like it's time for us anyway," and I feel like it ends up being a non-dramatic separation because it's drifting apart and they're both, you know, hopeful of this new futures, new people, interests, and different things. Wow. That was unexpected. Especially the "What? What? No? No big fight? No, just they just separate." And it's like, wow, I thought for sure it was gonna go out with a big bang, but we'll see. Let's see what this is here. What are these 4 cards here? I know. What? Alright, so we've got, yeah, the Ace of Cups, new love. There we go, and we talked about this already, it's even in the chat. Ace of Cups. Who is this? And we got the Magician, yeah. We got new love and we got new excitement, right? Wands energy. So, and that confirms exactly what I said. One has a emotional connection with someone. They didn't do anything physically. That would be FS. Of course, we know that. Like that alluded to that where they're getting to know someone, someone's getting to know them and they're developing this emotional connection. Um, but I feel like CP ends up connecting with someone physically, passionately, energetically, because that's the challenge that CP has in sharing their heart. They learn to share their feelings through touch and passion and intimacy through motion, not emotion. So the magician would be CP, and then FS, of course, is wanting to share emotion, right? What else? Yeah, we have the Hierophant. Hmm. And we have the Four of Pentacles. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Because the Hierophant falls under the Ace of Cups, which is an energy of someone who sees things from a higher perspective, someone who has higher truth, someone who tells the truth. But it's grounded Taurus earth energy, the senses, but there's also this teacher student energy that comes in here too. And I feel like, and I wonder if FS meets someone at work and they're getting to know each other. And I don't know if it's a trainer or someone who teaches or someone, because it's that kind of someone who is leading something like a class or something. And they meet and they talk and they really hit it off and they just get to know each other. And then they have lunches, really innocent because it's just a lot to share, a lot of good connection, like, "Oh my god, you went to that kinda school?" Like, "I went to a Catholic school." "You went to a Catholic school? No way." And then so they've got these connections that they're like they can relate with, and I feel like that's kinda where that happens there, where I feel like this magician the Four of Pentacles, what is this home? Meeting someone from home. The Four of Pentacles. Not someone at home, like the house, but home, like capital H home. Um, Someone they used to know back home. I don't know what that means with CP, but that's kind of what I'm getting in there. That's where that connecting with someone that's there. Interesting. All right. We didn't do a spill the tea. Let's spill some tea. Thank you guys so much for your patience in getting to readings here. They've been chatty today. I want to know. I want to know about both of these here. Oh, two there. Okay. All right. So for FS, we've got the real story. The true story will come to light. So there's this the true story comes to light. And I like that because the card we got before where I alluded to the Ace of Cups, we talked about them telling the story of their life, but then telling the true story of who they are now and how I've changed, right? So the real story comes to light, and so, that's interesting. So it's the storytelling, interesting. And then the person, whatever this is from back home, yeah, no way. Control issues are present in the relationship. And then also safe space. What's your safe word? It says a place where you can truly be yourself and feel at peace. And there is this energy here, and that's that home, feeling at home with someone. And I feel like that's what happens with CP is because they have control issues, but this whoever this is from their past, from their home, that from hometown, from their home, they're again, and they feel like a safe space for CP. So, and they can, um, and it's interesting because this person has known CP for so long, they don't allow themselves to be a puppet on a string like all those puppets. They get it, but they're a safe space, but they're also in a place where it's funny because the roles get reversed in a way where they are able to not control CP, but not feel controlled by CP, but through what is this feeling of hope and love and um, it's like someone who can um, present things in a way where they make it seem it's like their idea, and then they're like, "Oh, yeah, we can do that," when they planted all the stuff to have them present it, and then, "Okay, that sounds good." "Well, you wanted to do this." It was really them. It's like they have a way of just doing stuff. They just know them so well that they're like, "All I have to do is say this, and they're gonna wanna do this, and then while we're there, I can say, 'Well, since we did something you wanted, maybe we can go do this.'" So they know how to not really manipulate, but maneuver. They can maneuver CP, and they've got history with them. So I feel like that's kind of what's coming in there. That's funny. All right. Interesting. I'm kinda just a little bit of, "What?" Energy myself. Okay. So when this happens, where does CP go, right? Is that who was first? Who's on first? Who's on second? Yeah, CP was first. The 6 of Pentacles. Yeah, it's an interesting energy because the 6 of Pentacles is this giving and receiving kind of energy that comes in. And I almost, I kind of felt like the 6 of Cups energy. I feel like they moved back home. And that makes sense, with everything we had here. And yeah, Wheel of Fortune. I feel like, and here's the 10th house of work too, with FS. I feel like they moved somewhere for work, and it feels weird that they would never leave their family, but they've got this love and they've got this opportunity and this feeling of self-sufficiency, and the wheels turn. And we got the Wheel of Fortune in a previous reading too, right? Um, so it does feel like they go separate places. I'm not sure how far away the work is. It doesn't feel like it's um, horribly far away, um, but I feel like it just so happens that this new love also is moving to that location. What a coinkydunk. Hmm. Well, we got some tea for sure here. Wow. Okay. We'll see what happens here. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in for this too. All right. Transformation. Shut up. Like a thousand storms held in hands, soft against the winds, there is change arising from deep within. No shit, right? Don't know why I'm cussing so much today. And trust me, that's not really cussing, but for YouTube, I think it might be. All right, let's see what we got here. Wow, what's happening? What's happening? I just don't know. Uh, Alchemy and change. Yeah, we knew that. So, what is transformation but changing one thing into another? We are all after some alchemy, turning the lead of our lives into golden dreams and opportunities. A witch's specialty, she knows how to bend energy to her will and make something out of nothing at all. Yes, they do. CP moves back home. What home would be, like, back to where family's at. And FS moves, but I feel like it's not severely far away, but it's for work. And I feel like that's the work opportunity. This is that wheel of fortune. A great opportunity arises. Um, and that's like, yeah, this is a good idea. Um, yeah. Yeah. CP, I feel like they both do with those cards. But something arises, and it might just be a different, maybe not the job that FS is in now. They might be getting a new job coming up next year, and then I feel like they meet this new love at work, um, and maybe at the new job. But it is job related, and it may not be necessarily the job they're in now that they meet this person. Um, but yeah, I feel like there's changes. Changes are afoot, obviously, with all this. Oh my goodness. Says alchemy, magic, manifestation. It all leads to the same things. Changing what was into what you want it to be. There is an endless supply of resources for how you might go about such a change. There's no right or wrong answer for the transformation you seek. And when transformation finds itself in a reading, it's because you're on the cusp of a significant shift. The winds are rolling in, so you better get ready. Even if you aren't aware of it, you've set things in motion. Every thought, every prayer, every action and inaction is a seed of manifestation waiting to take root. You, my most beloved, are about to see this manifestation surface. Be prepared, as this may be swift and unpleasant like a tornado. This transformation will be especially unpleasant if you've also pulled, well, we didn't pull the Banshee card. Um, Change is rarely easy. Sometimes change comes to us in ways we least expect, forcing us to make moves we wouldn't have done on our own. These might be destructive and chaotic, but the dust will settle and we will be left with a clean slate to fill with everything we truly want. Boom, boom, boom. I'm just saying. Whenever did we get the Wheel of Fortune for FS in November? Because I wonder if they find a new job in November. Wherever that Wheel of Fortune was, I feel like that's where we're coming around, right? Yeah, let's turn yeah, Albuquerque. Albuquerque. Yeah, for sure, right? Blown away, for sure. All right. Wow, 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 wow. All right. Phew. Okay. And then we will move on to, so we're going to go into your number 4, and then we will go to Sean G, and then I believe, and then we go to Alice. So we'll be back to you, Alice. All right. Let me remove this here. All right, Diane, look at 2 minutes even. You can't make this up. We've like all last of these last 3 readings have all been at even numbers. Boom, 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 boom. That's crazy. All right. So thank you for your additional donation. This is the microphone. All right. So, and all the tea in China tea read on this cliffhanger Spirit just dropped, right? The who, what, when, and where of the mic drop, also asking for clarity, was the new love for CP or FS? Okay, I think we'll clarify if there's anything else here too. Your jaws drop when you mentioned it's even possible CP would make fake social accounts. Just by I feel like it's I feel like because we've kind of followed that up with it feels like it's too much work, and they would like, I'm not gonna do that. Mm-mm. Oh, they did that recently? Oh, and then deleted their account? Oh, is CP doing that? Reactivate their fake social account and FS find out? Wow. Oopsies. Be careful. Yeah. Wow. I love Spirit. So cheers, some more tea. Here we go. Tell you what. Okay. So where are we going to go with this? Sorry, my phone keeps on going up. Let me make sure there's nothing going on here. Oh, I bet it's just because the phone is shaking because I have it on a little stand. That's why it goes off because it's sensing movement. All right. Where do we want to start? Let's start with the last. Is CP going to reactivate their fake social account? So based on current energy, we'll just find out that first. I kind of felt like they're like, it was a cost benefit analysis. I didn't get anything. It wasn't worth the the time and the energy. Poor investment. Got the 9 of Pentacles and the 4 of Wands. No, they're more focused here, the 9 of Pentacles, on themselves, and 4 of Wands is like joy and celebration kind of energy. I feel like they like the crowd. Like what they did with this joke, they like the attention they got and the reaction they got, and they feel like they'll get more live seeing it for themselves than um, if they try to do something like that social media. I don't feel like they will with that because it didn't wield them any as they would say any uh, fruit of their labor, right? Hey, Deb, welcome, welcome. Good to see you, Albuquerque. And hey, Ken, I didn't see you. Come in as well. Hello, hello. Good to see you. And Leia L. You know, when they went to this back to this format, it throws me off here. Yeah, you can get a reading if you put your question out. I'll see how far we get in free readings. I did complete some free readings already. We'll see how many I get to, but you can take a chance that I'll get to the free readings. Or if you make a donation, we'll make sure to complete it in this session too. So whatever you like to do. All right. Sorry. So no, I don't feel like they're going to do that. I feel like that's funny that they brought it up. I'm like, what? Create an account? No, too much work. Not enough results for the work that it takes. They like the audience. They like the attention it gets because um, I don't know what it is that comes in here, right? Yeah, they like the reactions. It's like those. I just have to tell you because it's like they're showing me. I don't even remember what movie it is, but um, it's some scary movie, but then they show me Star Trek too. There was an episode where it's an entity that gains power when people are angry with one another. They live off the anger energy and conflict energy, and that's what they're showing me. That's what they are. They're a monster. No, but that's funny. All right. So let's see. Let's get into the other tea here. Um, The new love I talked about before was FS's, but we talked about both FS and CP do that as well, the who, the what, the when, and where on the mic drop here. So we do have a bit of the who already, right? You know, it's someone from back home for CP. For FS, it's someone they meet at work. Emotional versus old sparks that get reignited. Not emotional sparks, but that's what we could talk about. Is that CP's challenge anyway? The when, we can dive into that, and the where. Yeah, let's do the when and the where, right? Yeah, okay. So when we will use the Learning Tarot, we're going to use this for the when and the where. So for FS, well, we know it's at work, but let's find out, is it at the current job, a new job? We can dive into that a little more. Okay, thank you. Boom, boom. And then for CP, the when and the where. The when and the where. When something else. All right, we'll see what this is about. Oh, without seeing it, you can see I don't see the cards yet, right? I feel like this card here talks about when they met. I don't know if CP has gone home, but I feel like they've it's not that they've connected, but I feel like they've bumped into each other already. And this is when the when and then the where for the future. Right. So the when for FS, right? No, we're gonna do CP first. Sorry. They're like, no, no, no. We talk about this, go back there. So we're gonna do that. So when did they meet before? Um, every 2 to 3 days. We do have the Nine of Wands energy coming in here. And there is this energy. When was this? This block energy. And I feel like this was a while ago. It's like there's this energy of when FS went somewhere and CP didn't, and they ended up going home alone. I feel like they've gone back whenever the last time they went to visit their parents back home alone. Because I don't it doesn't feel like FS was with them. They bumped into a group of friends and they were in that group of friends. Um, and um, what is this? I almost feel like with this being every 2 to 3 days, it's almost like there's a friends group or friends chat or something with some old friends from back home. This is weird. Not weird. Just seems like for the age that they are, really they do that, but they do. And I feel like they just go into this chat room every 2 to 3 days. Someone posts something, and people go in here and there. But I feel like they're in there, but they haven't like started private conversations. It's group conversations. So that is the kind of energy that I'm picking up with that going on there. Okay. When's the new when that this happens, right? Oh my gosh. Three of Cups. June 6th to June 22nd. Yeah, that can't be right. What are we looking at here? What are we looking at here? Because that's too far off. That's way too far off. And but it's between the 6th and the 22nd. Not June, January. Oh, okay. So January 6th to the 22nd, they replace the U they replace U with A. They replace U, FS, with A. So maybe their initial begins with an A, but the U in June gets replaced with an A, and that's a message in itself. That's so weird. Anyway, um, and that Three of Cups is groups too. which is it's someone in this group, right, that they talk with. So I do feel like January 6th to January 22nd is when they start talking individually with one another outside the group. And then the where, we've got the Six of Wands energy coming in here. Six of Wands, a celebration, a joyful celebration. Okay, yeah. Thank you. And even the Three of Cups is joy and celebration and stuff too. So I feel like that, and it's funny, the time period on this celebration is July 29th to January 16th. There's also an August 12th to February 19th, but I feel like it's more that January 16th. So it feels like it's in between the 16th of January and the 22nd, really. There's some sort of celebration back home. Someone's birthday, someone's anniversary, some sort of gathering that they go back for in January. And I feel like they go alone without FS. And that's where they start chatting at this gathering because they're there with this group. Or maybe it wouldn't be a reunion in January, but well, who knows? People do all sorts of stuff, right? So that's interesting. Wow. All right. And then FS, um, when do they meet this individual? Yeah, meeting them, right? April 5th to April 29th. But that again doesn't sound like Four of Wands. Here's another joy celebration. Are they meeting everyone at parties? No, I'm just kidding. They sure like to party a lot. but but I feel like, yeah, November 5th to November 29th really resonates here. I do feel here, this does feel like they meet someone through this. Let's see, where do they meet him? Is it job? Two of Wands. Yeah, going off on a new adventure. So it does feel like they do go off onto this new, because this is about career planning and career decision making. Yeah, career stability and security. I definitely, it feels like there's going to be some sort of job change coming up here for FS. Something happens either with the company that they're with, where they need to go find another job, or they're just like, I need a new job comes their way. But I feel like they're looking and seeking a job change, and it is within that job. And I feel like November, it feels very prominent for November right now. If not, it would be December, but I keep on getting like this November because of that 10 of the Wheel of Fortune that came up a couple times. I feel like that is coming up there. So interesting. So I feel like that's where we're at with that. Um, Let me grab a couple T cards that are coming in here. So one last T card for each. We'll spill the tea on FS, and we'll spill the tea on CP. All right. So tell us a little bit about this other. Yep. FS, protect your heart. Look at the superhero. Guard your emotions to avoid hurt. Again, that's that emotional energy. It's just reinforcing that they build this emotional connection. It doesn't turn into romance till later, but they build this rapport and this interaction with this person. For CP, yeah, again, control issues. Yeah, there it is, coming back in again. So just confirmation, really, with that. All right, let's see what the fortune cookie brings in. Have you had enough drama? Are you like exhausted going, oh my gosh, what is happening? right. All right. There we go. Intuition, number 23. You hold the answers. You know the truths. Ancient ones await behind the doors of the mind. All right. Keywords are feeling, inner sight, visualization. And it says intuition is one of your superpowers that you come into this life with to help you navigate the human experience. Intuition is something that you feel rather than think or see and cannot be perceived with the rational mind. Within those feelings, you will find answers for everything from what to eat to whether you should go on that date to who you can trust. Your intuition is always on 100%, offering you wisdom and guidance in the form of how you feel. You are being asked to develop your second sight further when you are holding the intuition card. You must learn to navigate the world through your spiritual GPS rather than relying on your rational mind to show you the way. The ego plays an important role, but should be guided by your intuition, the higher self. The ego and your intuition should work together to help you approach life through both logic and feeling. There's nothing in this life that can be accomplished with one or the other. Your intuition is your driver, your ego is the car. Both are needed to get you to your destination. Wow. But I feel like that's something that FS is really developing too, because we tend to focus on their energy. They're really learning to trust their instincts, trust their gut, and they really have started to see beyond a lot of the BS, a lot of the scene behind the dream and the instead of being in love with the possibilities of who someone could be, they're really getting some great doses of reality and seeing things more clearly as they are. And I like that for them because they both deserve to be with someone that they're happy with and that they can be peaceful with. And it does appear that that's where they head here. And they learned a lot through each other and from each other. Um, but it feels like that time is tick-tocking away, right? Alrighty. Well, that is what they have for you, Diana. Thank you again for all of your multiple donations. I greatly appreciate that. And we've got Deidre. Hello, hello. And Nirvashi. Hello. Welcome. Good to see you. All right. We're finishing up here some donations, and then we will be heading off into completing some more free readings here. I think I finished 3 earlier. Yeah, I did 3 earlier. But we'll get into some more as well. All right, Sean G, you are up next. Thank you so much for your donation via Zcash app. Here is your timestamp. And let's find you here. There you are. Nope. Someone else had red in there. I was looking for your red hair, but it was something else. All right, there you are. What are NA's feelings and thoughts on you since you told him what he did was corny? How dare you? You are very welcome, Diana. I know. I'm just like, what? What? All right. You're so funny, Sean. So, what are NA's feelings and thoughts on you since you had told him what he did was corny? That still cracks me up. All right. So, what are their feelings towards you? Okay. Got that. Just that. All right. And then thoughts. Yeah, I figured it feels like they're more of a thinker than a huge feeler. 2 to 4 ratio. All right. And you know, nothing else. Okay. Well, we got the 5 of Wands. Yeah, it did a little bit of pride jumped in here with the 5 of Wands. That's the conflicting energy. Created a little firestorm within him for a moment. What is this? feel like they got a bit not quite bullied when they were younger. I feel like they've got older brother kind of energy around them, like when they were younger, and um, when they did some stuff that they thought was corny, they would um, punish them, but not in a bullyish way, more in like I don't know. It's like there's this energy of um, we're gonna give you a wedgie now for that, or they act like that uh, they treat them like they were stupid or um, had some sort of mental issues or something. Like, oh my gosh, did you hit your head? They just really just razzed them so much, and I feel like that's kind of what triggered it um, inside of them there. And it's amazing we don't know what's all down there until blat comes out. Sometimes it's people that are so calm with 99% of their life, and someone does something and they flip out, and you're like, "What just happened?" Right? It's almost like that kind of energy that comes in here. It's like, wow, they took that really personal, but it's a echo from a past with older brother energy. So taking that all into consideration, their feelings, we do have the 9 of Wands. Yeah, there's this little barrier that went up, this protective barrier, which makes sense. Their little inner child was like, "Oh no, here come the brothers to give me a wedgie." And then the Wheel of Fortune, and this is important to know too, um, because the Wheel of Fortune is that it does happen for us, and I feel like you're just one person that has told them they're corny. No, that has activated those memories in different ways. And so you're not alone. This was fated. This was to happen for them. It's the tune of forms that they would face this because it's running on autopilot below the surface, and there are some fears there that come up too. But it did cause a little barrier to come up emotionally, going, you know, rejection, fearing rejection, whoop whoop whoop, little protective energy. Now let's see here from the mind standpoint, because this feels all reactive happening below, and they're like, "What's going on?" Because mentally, we'll see here. I don't feel like it bothered them mentally here. They have the Page of Cups because I feel like their mind thought it was funny that you are calling them corny, meaning they think you're corny too. But there is this battle between the head and the heart with the Five of Swords, conflicting energy again. But, it did at first, they're like, "What's this?" And they're like, "You call me corny?" That's the pot calling the kettle black, right? So that's funny. And they have the Hanged Man. They look at it from a different perspective. They try to see things differently there. This almost feels like they're unbothered. The Ace of Swords, it did cause them to try to think and wanna see things from a different perspective here too. Um and so if you notice that they're going if they haven't, I feel like they're gonna ask and go, "What was corny about it?" Because it really bothered their inner child so much, their emotional inner child, that the mind that wants to protect the inner child is asking for clarity to understand your your point of view. But it just feels like, it feels like they wanna seek clarity to understand, to help them resolve a conflict within themselves. But I do feel like it created distance in their heart with you, but not anything mentally that they're aware of. I feel like it was more of a natural feeling unsafe because, again, it's like, "The last time someone treated me like this, I got a wedgie, so I am alert," kinda coming in there. So very interesting. It doesn't feel like a whole lot of mental change or change in the outside, because I feel like they usually function a lot from their mind, and I feel like their mind wasn't really so bothered. They're just gonna kinda ask to clarify kind of out of habit to protect their heart, but I don't feel like it's gonna change a whole lot in the outside because I don't feel like they were giving a lot of emotion anyway. Um, I feel like they might even just plan revenge on you and find out in a fun way. "Oh, really? You think that's corny? I'll show you corny." Let's see what your fortune cookie brings into this. That's just funny. All right, here we go. What's that? Oh, it's tissue paper from the cards. All Hallows Eve. Ooh. Here you go. Call upon the voices that stir your senses through the night. Cast an unforgiven howl as you stomp your might through the ground. Ooh. Let's take a look here and see what we have here. It's emotion and summoning. Uh-oh. um, Samhain, Halloween, Feast of Apples, November's Eve, Hallowmas, Shadowfest, All Hallows Eve. They all mean different things to different cultures, but have the same intention. A day to honor those who have passed on, as well as celebrating the passing of summer and the coming of winter. On this night, the veil between our world and the next is thinnest. Spirits are given a chance to pass over to find their resting place, and loved ones who have passed can visit. We can take advantage of this magical time by harnessing the open energy from the spiritual realms. Communications with spirits and guides are more natural than any other night of the year. It's a beautiful time to deepen a psychic practice or start a new one or call on the help of the powers that be. Working magic on this night is likely to lead to success even if you've never worked a spell before. So if you pulled the All Hallows Eve, you are being called to summon your inner magic. The spiritual realm is smiling on you and is waiting to be made use of. Some additional ways to use this energy is to create a Samhain altar that stays up throughout the year, or working with one of the correspondences of Samhain. Additionally, you might try working with more profound, darker energy, such as crone energy, or a dark goddess, such as Hecate or Morrigan. Calling on a deity regularly will help you develop the ability to summon power at will. I like this here, the reversed. I'm going to read this for you because it says, "You may be letting your emotions get in the way of being able to see your situation clearly." And this might be more of coming from their energy. Emotion can be useful, but also hurtful. Anger might prevent you from working a successful magic spell, or feeling unattractive might put the brakes on a love spell. Likewise, a low vibration emotion might cloud your judgment, forcing you to react from an untrue place. So this is what all this is going on below the surface with them, um, which is interesting. But the most destructive emotion is self-doubt. Magic needs confidence to work. You have to believe in your power or the energy will not flow. It's okay to work a spell and not feel the energy. Take your time, then try again when your emotions are in a better place to receive what you desire. Yeah, that self doubt, we don't mean to create to sow self doubt in people, but when we judge somebody and tell them, that what they did is corny, what what it's not an uplifting thing, it's a putting someone down energy, right? Um, and so be aware of that, because I do feel like they don't realize they might be reacting emotionally from it, but most of the time they're reacting or they're choosing and they roll from their mind. But I feel like there might be a little bit of maybe spiciness to your communication, and but it's unintentional, but they don't realize it's coming across that way because it's their inner child reacting on the inside again. And don't go and say, "Do you want a wedgie?" if you don't change your attitude. That'll just make him even more scared. That's too funny. All right. But that's what they have for you, Sean. So hopefully that helps. What a weird reading, but that's what they have for you. So many blessings. All right. Thank you again for your donation. And we got just Alice is up. So 230, whoops, 23027. And after I complete this one, I will complete, actually, if I just have one left, I might, hey, Moonlight. I can see summer, and I'm like, I have to convert it to Moonlight in my head. Um, I think I'll complete yours first because I think that's all I have. And then I will move on to free readings. All right. So, just Alice, thank you for your additional donation. And we got the magical unicorn, the rainbow unicorn. Thank you for that. Take a quick sip here as I read. So, why was RJ procrastinating? All right, let's take a look here. So, why was RJ procrastinating and being so flaky on Friday? All right, thank you. They're procrastinating, and then why were they appearing flaky? And by flaky, you mean like inconsistent and kind of fickle, being uncommitting, kind of say I'm going to do something, then I don't know, back and forth kind of energy. And then how does he think about you now that you're not responding to him? And that's thinking. Let's look at feelings too, because those are two entities. I feel like we have thoughts below the surface here too. Okay. Excuse me. So we got the full card on the bottom of the deck, which is an ending of an old cycle, beginning of a new adventure. I feel like they're in a sense of freedom right now of well, there is a new adventure I feel is going on. We kind of talked about that earlier, right? Too. A new basket. Um, and it feels like that's the kind of energy that they're focused in on right now. But why were they procrastinating before? We do have the Three of Cups. Yeah. Third party situation. And this is like we were saying, the replacement of the baskets. They were procrastinating because they were meeting someone new that would step in, to the blood bank of the vampire that they are. I need another source of blood, and that they're going to be it, right? It's like, no, my gosh. But I do feel like that's why they were procrastinating, because they were unsure if this person was going to show interest and fall into the web, the fly was going to get caught in the web, right? The flakiness comes in here. We got the devil card energy that's coming in here. Long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. But this is the shaking and the rattling, this fear energy that was kicking in. And they would, when they weren't in fear, they would be the one that's communicating and moving. But then when they went flaky, that's actually when they went into fear. The fear of being rejected, the fear of abandonment, their inner child feeling unsafe and out of control, which feeling rejected in a way is what one of the things our inner child does not want to feel. That threw him into the acting like a little child or a hissing cat, you know. So when they went fickle, when they went flaky, they actually went shaky bakey into their little child self. And then when they would come out of fear, they would act in their rightish mind. But when they're acting out of their mind, that's when they went into fear. Interesting, right? What do they oh, you did ask feel. How does he feel think about you now? Well, I did thinking and then feeling. So thinking, we got the Two of Wands, yeah, the back and forth energy there. And we got the Six of Swords. Six of Swords is seeing things a little more clearly, but it is moving from choppy to calmer waters in their mind. They're letting go of some old ways here. Beneath the surface, we do have the King of Cups and the Four of Swords. Yeah, I feel like they're realizing here, with this balanced energy of the King of Cups and the Four of Swords, it's like they're letting it rest. They're like, um, I'm not going to invest any more energy in that. I'm going to invest my energy in on this new basket, the new adventure, the new journey. So mentally, I feel like they're saying, no, I'm it's good to move on now. I'm putting that to rest. They're not someone who really goes backward anyway, a whole lot. They more are like someone who burns through, like a grass fire. They burn through a field. There's no fuel to go back to burn more. They keep moving on and moving on and moving on kind of energy. Emotionally, yep, Three of Swords. Here's that disappointment. Their heart feels broken because, and that makes sense, right? Because I feel like they feel rejected in whatever way. And you're like, don't blame me, but there's no blame. It's they had these expectations of how you should act, how much you should take from them as far as the BS and the games and all that stuff. And it's like, no, it's that was on you. That's all right. That their pain is their own, it's their own beliefs. You don't there's no um it's like there's no guilt because there's no there they can blame whoever they want, but there's no um forgiveness or anything needed because this all happened in here. They had all these thoughts. It's like me, I usually say it's like, I expect you to give me $1,000 a day for the rest of your life. And it's like you're gonna be disappointed. But I'm gonna be disappointed because I put this expectation on you. That I own that. I own my disappointment because um, I'm the one who allowed myself to create the expectation, so the disappointment is mine. So the heartbreak and the disappointment energy, their heart is like, "Oh, I really wanted to be that with them." And then, you know, they tell the mind, "You should have acted better." Underneath that, we do have the 5 of cups. Yeah, sorrow. So their heart, they do have, disappointment and sorrow. I don't really feel heartbreak would be more of an extreme word. I feel like disappointment is more accurate. I don't feel like they ever feel heartbroken, um, but they feel disappointment and they have sorrow, lower vibrational emotional energy. They wish it could have worked out. Well, of course, you would want to be with someone like you too, but they weren't, so you weren't. We'll see what the fortune cookie brings in here for you as well. See what else we got going on here. Just put these cards back in. And I'm sorry, I'm going to pull one more. I want to do the spill the tea. I just want to get some more tea here. I just feel like there's something else we want to know here. None of those. Okay, that must be it. Oh, yeah. Keeping up appearances. Keeping up appearances and acting like everything is fine. Yeah, that's totally them, right? Everything's fine. I have someone else, blah, blah, blah. So they'll on the outside look like nothing's wrong, but in the inside, they're a little sadsy. All right. And then for your fortune cookie, we got Season of the Witch, the Samhain. All right, here you go. Yeah, here we go. Grief. Isn't that amazing? Sorrow, grief, disappointment, but keeping up appearances. It is but a mere glimpse of nothingness hidden away deep within the chambers of your mourning in the red clovers, birthing lost illusion. Wow, that's a deep statement. Let's find card number 20 here. There it is. So the energy, of course, is mourning and loss. So grief is the uncomfortable dance between feeling everything and feeling nothing. It isn't exclusive to losing someone. Grief can manifest when you feel like a failure or when you have regret. It can appear when you feel overwhelmed or when you feel guilty. It can leave you feeling it all, then feeling nothing, or even feeling both at the same time. Likewise, we can be so lost in our grief that we forget to live. We mourn for things that have long since slipped through our fingers. We find ourselves in a sort of limbo, living half dead. This is what can happen when you spend too much time searching for and missing what you've lost and forgetting to be grateful for what's left behind. Pulling grief can mean you have a lack of satisfaction about where you are in life, what you have, or perhaps more appropriate, what you don't have. You're putting too much of your focus on what is missing and have cut off the rest of the world. There are still people and opportunities for you if you will only lift your head and take a look around. Life still goes on when you've suffered a loss. Mourn for the things you wanted and didn't get, or had and lost, but be sure to keep going. The universe never takes something away without giving you something to take its place. I like it. Like that is for you. Maybe, you know, let grieve and the loss of what you what you wish would have been. It feels like more. You saw the potential of who they could be, but that was the illusion, and so you can mourn the loss of that if you want, of course. So that's what they have for you, Alice. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Greatly appreciate that for your dual donations. All right. Right. Moonlight, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Boom. Thank you so much for your donation. The little beach. You going to the beach? So, hello, hello. I am having an awesome day. Hope you are having an awesome evening, morning. So the change we're going through these days, you feel its impact. Bad sleep, ears are ringing. How does this shift affect your process and upgrade? And then in what areas? Okay, let's take a look here. Let me take another sip here. All right. Let me just get this off my mustache. All right. So, these changes. All right. So, is the sleep in the, let's see, tell us about this bad sleep. I want to know more about that. What's the source of it? Anything you can do about it? I feel like they'll have that. And then the ears ringing. Okay, thank you. All right. And then how does this shift that you're going through, how does this affect your process and your upgrade? I do feel like those. And what areas can you tell me? Okay, thank you. I did feel like there was 3 areas. Okay. All right. So at the bottom of the deck, you do have the 10 of Pentacles, and it's a good energy talking about everything that's unfolding is for you. It's for your fullness of your life to come in there. There's also this energy of gratitude around the 10 of Pentacles. Celebrate what you do have in your life. The more that you can focus on what you do have, it opens up the conduit to receive more. And it allows any clogs that might be in the way to not clog because you're opening up and there's such a great amount of energy coming in that it flows just and any clogs get like if they have a pipeline that they just push water through it eventually cleans out all the stuff in it, and I feel like that's what's going on energetically for you. If you focus on gratitude, that will help with that process. All right, let's talk about this trouble sleeping. You have the Knight of Pentacles. Might be a little bit of impatience going on here, but also a quest for seeing your self-worth in relationship to the outside in a different way. There's something that's bugging you about actions of people in the outside world. There's you've been working on releasing the impact and of what other people are doing and how you before would allow that to influence your thought and belief about your self-worth. But there is this energy of a couple people's actions have been bugging you below the surface. Uh, that means you're not conscious of it here. It's down here. Yeah. You have the 7 of cups, some emotional confusion, a lot of different emotions that are flowing here as well, which you're like, yeah. And the 6 of wands. Yeah, this is this victory, this movement, this energetic flow energy. So it is telling me it's a combination here. It's not just one thing that's affecting your sleep. If it was just one, I don't feel like you would be impacted, but you've got 3 things hitting you all at once. This, belief, like this impatience of things not unfolding the way it's like you're feeling like you're behind and you're trying to catch up, and that whatever you're waiting to try to catch up on and that you think you should have in your life already, that thing you're using to define yourself, and that's what's bugging you, and that's what disturbs your sleep a bit. The 7 of cups, a lot of a different emotional conflict energies. You hate to be at conflict with people. You desire harmony. So figuring out ways to figure out what emotions are bugging you, you can resolve those, whether it's just telling someone you're sorry, if that will resolve it for you, or not even having to tell them, but telling their higher self, "I'm sorry. I don't need to tell you're human, do I? I can just tell you." And then this upgrade energy, because if it was just the upgrade, it wouldn't disturb your sleeping as much. But it's these other 2 things that are um, amplifying it that's making it too much. So, some things to be aware of there. And then your ears ringing. We've got the death and rebirth. So that is part of your transformation with that. And is that all it is? And the 6 of cups. There is something about past life energy coming in here. And the death card represents that too. I feel like it's past life energy ringing, ringing, ringing. Something that you can do, because I feel like you have a lot going on energetically and emotionally and mentally, is to compartmentalize some of that energy. And you can, through your intention and through your own emotional energy, you can put a buffer, put like it's like putting a soundproof room around your uh, past life emotions that are bubbling below the surface. Just go, we're moving this into this place where I will come and visit it when I'm ready, but it's making too much noise. I need to sleep. So I feel like that's piece of it. Again, it's the combination, all of that energy. And I might have mentioned before last year, we gained 1% more access into our subconscious, which is one of the pathways to the Akashic records and past life memories and emotion, right? Memories and emotion. Um, but this year, it's been 1% every month. We had the capacity to expand, and I'm sure you've been expanding that. So you're hearing your past life emotions or feeling your past life emotions. Whoa, wow. So putting them in a soundproof barrier for now. And then you can go visit the library anytime you want. But I feel like that's an important thing to do because the combination of the transformation you're going through and that, again, too much ringing too loud, I need to turn that down a little. A little bit of ringing's okay, but really? All right. So we got those. Let's see what else we got here. We also wanted to find out, how does this shift affect your process and your upgrade? All right. Yeah, it is for you. The wheels of fate. I feel here with the fates wheel, a big piece of your upgrade, and this makes total sense with what you just talked about, is your access to your past life information. Um, it gives you expansive memories of knowledge that you gleaned. through your past lives. It also gives you access to past life information and, of course, past life emotions. But the emotions we're going to put on hold, put them in a little quiet area, right? But you can start with the mind and the wisdom. Um, and then you can start getting information on what were the past lives I had and even past lives of others. But I feel like this upgrade is really giving you this connection to the Akashic records. Below the surface, you do have the Justice card and the Tower. So you got three major arcana. This is very much um, huge changes here. The Tower card is removing things out of your life that don't serve you anymore. And the Justice card, again, is that the knowledge piece um, with all these swords of that connection to the Akashic record energy. And a lot of spiritual wisdom that you can glean, hearing communication from spirit. That's the ringing in the ears. But again, it's the emotional vibration that's so loud for you uh, as being the empathic powerhouse that you are, right? You hear everything amplified, and it's like, that's too loud. We need to turn that down or at least put it in that soundproof barrier. The Tower card, there are removing thoughts and beliefs that no longer serve you out of your life, emotions that no longer serve out of your life, energy that doesn't serve you anymore, physical things that don't serve you anymore as well. Um, at the behest of your soul, though, not just going, we don't think you should have that. Your soul's going, do that, get rid of that. I don't want that. That's good. I'm done with that. Let's move this. So we have that kind of energy that's coming in here with that. And that's how it's affecting you. What areas is it affecting you? So the three areas it's impacting you, you do have the Nine of Swords. Yeah. The fears, the thoughts that no longer serve you are being released. So the mental realm, you're really realizing what is an opinion versus what is your truth. And the battle between those two, and you, of course, your truth will win over that inner conflict there. But it is a mental release of energy. Yeah, the Ace of Swords. Again, we talked about this. This is giving you access to higher wisdom, which allows you to. This is a double-edged sword. It allows you to cut away those small T truths rooted in fear, those opinions, those expectations, those old things. You're learning to cut those away. And the more you access the higher truth, then you're able to remove these small T truths because they protected you and kept you alive, but you're done. You're ready to move forward on that. And then the Hanged Man. Yeah, here's transformation. There is an interesting energy. This is actually Pisces energy, the Hanged Man, because it's Neptune, Pisces, and psychic connection. Definitely all this seeing things from a different perspective is the big thing, and it impacts all areas of your life. Your mental, your emotion, so how you see the stories, the changing of the stories. What's happening? Well, this is what it should mean. Whatever. This is what I'm going to allow it to mean. The emotions. How am I supposed to feel? This is how you're supposed to feel. No, this is how I'm going to choose to feel. They're so funny. Um, Energy. What am I going to focus my energy on? Well, I'm taught to focus on what's missing, what I want, what I need, what I fear. No, I'm focused on gratitude and joy and unconditional love and laughter and play because that draws in more of that. And then my physical world. What are the things? Well, I'm supposed to have this, I'm supposed to have that, the expectations around what you're to have in your life. But this is all this clarity. You're definitely seeing things from a higher perspective and seeing things differently. But it impacts all area of your life because we can keep it simple. Every moment is a choice between higher vibration and lower vibration of mind and heart and body and spirit, and whatever I focus on is what I draw in. And I feel like you're learning that simplicity. I'm just going to focus on each moment, knowing that what I focus on is what I'm drawing toward me. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here as well. go. And you have the black cat. Meow. Card number 7, spiritual, a very spiritual number. There's a curious journey into the depths of the unknown, hidden so deep that only the brave will gracefully return with light in their eyes and shadow leading home. Ooh, let's see what this brings in here for you. The key words are independence, survival, and grace. Hello, cat with 9 lives. Cats are graceful creatures rivaling the snobbiest of humans. They are fiercely independent and value their time and space above all things. Oh, look at that. They are aloof yet love affection, and they put their health and well being above all other things. I also like cats that say, pet me with your eyes, don't pet me with your hands. Cats are also mysterious. They are the symbol of empowerment and setting boundaries. Shut up. 2 qualities every witch needs to be successful in her craft. No wonder cats are a favorite among witches' familiars. When the black cat comes purring into your reading, you are being asked to find your independence. Grab some me time so that you can find your footing again. It is easy to get lost in the chaos when you have a lot going on. Taking a step back to see the bigger picture is the best way to get some fresh ideas about where to go next, how to solve a problem, or how to get out of a funk. Remember, me time doesn't have to be dramatic. Having a 20-minute coffee break at your local coffee shop can be just as rewarding as an all-day staycation. When it comes to me time, choose quality over quantity always. Quality over quantity. Black Cat asks you to learn the power of saying no and no. We all have to set boundaries and rules. That's what you're doing. We cannot expect others to know what is okay or not okay without some guidance, right? Nor can we expect others to know when we have too much on our plates. It it is okay to say no means no. This isn't a selfish act, and it doesn't mean you don't care. It is a sign of self-respect and will help in the long term those in your immediate circle. You cannot give what you do not have. I love that. What a perfect card for you. All right. So that's what they have for you, Black Cat, Super Moon Mama. All right. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that. All right. I think that is it for my donations for now. So let me grab the rest of the free readings here and we will complete those. Let's see. We have already completed Nita, Sassy Libra, and Ateshi. So up next, we'll have Brenda Globy, and then I have Blessed One. I got Mika Khan's Touch O Love and Sun and Music. So I got your guys's already on my list. Let me see who else we have here. Okay, we did those. We did those. We did those. There we go. Olivier Vagara. Let's grab yours here. Give myself some more space here. Okay. And Maria P. We got your general for work. We'll grab that one. Okay. And okay, we did that, we did that, we did those, we did those. We did those, we did those. Okay, and then Layla L. You asked if we could get a reading. I'll give you a general reading if I don't see a question here for you. Spirit knows what you want. And then we got Ken. Grab that one here. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. We got Urvashi. I know I'm probably mispronouncing that. My apologies. All right. And then Amber, you'd like a reading here. If you're here, if you have a specific question, pop it out, or I'll give you a general reading, see what Spirit has for you. All right. And then that's it. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So I got my list here. Let me take a quick sip of some of this lemon water. And we will get started here. Okay. All right. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for the thumbs up, too. We definitely appreciate all the love and support. It's one of the big ways that you can show some love for free. Just help spread the Zen love, and I'm so grateful for that. So thank you guys. You're part of the love tsunami. All right. So Brenda Globy, you are up 30110 here. Grab that, put that down here. All right. So AS's experience with KTH, is that just supposed to be a character development lesson, or is there more there? So a stepping stone or more, right? Let's take a look here. Is it fated to be more, or have possibilities of being more, or is it designed to be a stepping stone, a learning lesson only, right? All right, let's see here. So we've got the Knight of Swords and we got the Fool card. Yeah, it feels more here that it's a learning lesson because the Knight of Swords is movement and a quest for knowledge and clarity. And the Fool card is an ending of a significant cycle to begin a new adventure. So I feel like it's more about learning to let go of expectations around relationship, because expectations are what suck the life out of a relationship, because we end up focusing on all the things that are supposed to happen, but we end up focusing on what's not happening instead of gratitude for what is. When we focus on gratitude for what is happening in a situation, we get more of that and it grows. When we focus on what's not happening, it continues to downward spiral, eventually restricting, rules, things that are not happening, and that's what kills. It's like overwatering a plant. It dies, it rots it, right? So I feel like that is what this relationship is they're learning a lot about releasing expectations, but it's an important lesson to learn because it will help them in future ones. Right, so that's what they have for you, Brenda. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Blessed One. You are up next here. Here's your timestamp. And you want to ask what's coming in for you. You're feeling anxious and and sacred. I think you meant scared, of course, but I love it. You can be anxious and sacred at the same time. Let's see here. What's coming in? What does Spirit wants you to know? What will put you at ease here? Okay, thank you. And thank you. And this is based on current energies. What's coming towards you? You do have the Three of Wands and the Four of Pentacles. So you do have the Three of Wands is about a change of direction with new information. So you do end up choosing to avoid an accident up ahead by taking an off ramp. Um, and it feels like you're unimpacted by it with the Four of Pentacles because that is a solid foundation in the outside world energy. So just know that you're going to be fine. You're going to be able to take an off road. There's nothing to fear. That you're going to be fine. A message that's coming in here too with the Four of Pentacles is the awareness that's coming in here for you, which the King of Pentacles learns through the Four of Pentacles, is when we define our worth by the outside world through the three buckets of the outside world, which are relationships, situations like jobs and education, social status, situational things, or things, which are our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions, all of that stuff in the outside world. We end up, coming back it ends up pointing us back to ourselves because all those things are unstable. So when we define our worth by them, we feel unstable. That's where our fear comes in. That's where the instability comes in, that their actions or non-actions, their words or their silence mean something about me. The outcome of this situation defines me. The condition of my money, my possessions, my body means something about me, but that's all bohon kamofo, meaning lies. um, because uh, when we turn inward and upward, we find the only solid foundation in this realm, which is the eternal unconditional love of the higher realms. Which, when we define ourselves by that, we find we're priceless. When we define ourselves by the fickle, unstable, conditional outside world that's very temporary, then that's when we feel unstable. We end up on the clearance rack, right? So I feel like it's an important energy to realize you are so eternally and unconditionally loved. Eternal means it never ends. Unconditional means not one condition. It just takes one condition to be conditional. So when you go into unconditional love, there's nothing you have to do or could do to earn it or earn more of it. You have 100% of it already. Nothing you can do to lose it either. That's solid foundation. So inward and upward, you find that you are so loved by the creator and a whole host of limitless beings of unconditional love and light. And they're on your side, they're in your corner. So hopefully that helps, blessed one, because you are blessed. You are the blessed one. All right. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Mika Khan, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Boom, boom, boom. And should you buy WLM or do DS first? Okay, so with spirit, there are no shoulds. There's just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. So we'll pull one card here for WLM to see if you purchase that, what's the energy that comes with that. And then if you do DS first, what kind of energy would come with that? And then you can decide what matches what you want to experience. You do have the 5 of Wands, with the WLM, which is drama in a firestorm. That might be a no. DS first. You do have the King of Cups. Beautiful balancing of emotional waters, a balancing energy, and it's a balance between head and heart. Um, if you want some drama and some fire and some risk and conflict, then buy WLM. Of course, disclaimer, if this is like stocks, of course, tarot is for fun. It is for entertainment purposes, right? Always seek professionals in making important decisions in your life, right? So that's it. But with the DS first, that feels balanced and emotionally stable, a good balance between following your heart and following your mind, a kind of energy. So take that as you will. That is what they have for you, Mika. So many blessings to you. Hey, Anna, welcome, welcome. Finishing up the free readings, since I didn't do them at my 2 hour and 30-minute mark, since I only had a few donations left. So if you want to put your question, I'll finish up yours after I'm done with the free readings here. I've only got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8 more to go. All right. So Touch O Love, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp. There we go. And what does Spirit have for you? What's coming up for you? All right, let's take a look here. What do they want you to know right now? All right, boom, boom. You've got the King of Swords and the Six of Swords. Wow, a lot of mental energy here. Because the King of Swords not only rules over the sword suit with the queen, but they get a second portion of swords. They're the master of the mind that comes in here. The Six of Swords, I mean, there's a lot of clarity coming in here for you. And it's about leaving behind some old ways of thinking that no longer serve you. But a lot of this is about seeing, having an open mind and seeing something differently, not just kind of sticking with the same old story that you would apply to something. It's about questioning the stories that you're applying to something right now in your life. And this allows you to let go of something, and it triggers, because you're seeing it from a different perspective, it triggers movement. You have movement of thought, which triggers movement in your outside world, which can be change of location, change of job, change of relationships, whatever. But a lot of clarity and seeing things differently. You're realizing, I'm changing the story about what something means, and in doing so, it changes your total perspective, and it allows you to release some stuff that you were having difficulty releasing before, some things that you might not have changed before. So, that is what I feel they have for you right now, a touch of love. Hopefully that makes sense with whatever this feeling stuck energy is that you has been going on for a little bit. Clarity comes, but it's about questioning the story. Is this what that has to mean? If we have a should, supposed to, need to, have to, must, well, this is what this must mean. No, what do you want it to mean? That's where your clarity comes in. So I like that. All right. So many blessings to you. All right. Sun and music, you are up. Let's grab that timestamp here. There we go. All right. So there's his yours there. And Sun and music, you want to know, is David single or in a relationship? All right, let's take a look here. David, someone on your radar, huh? Uh-oh. Let's take a look here. So is he single or in a relationship? Let's see what we got here. Do have the Five of Cups and the Two of Pentacles. I feel like they're recently, semi recently, out of a relationship. With the Five of Cups, that's kind of a sorrow energy, a loss energy that comes in here. And the Two of Pentacles is like they're trying to let go of, and this is interesting, they're trying to let go of two people in their lives. Um, because I feel like they never got over number one before they went with number two. And then number 2 didn't work out, and now they're trying to get over and just releasing that connection between the both of them. Um, I don't know, do they even realize that about number 1? Because I feel like they didn't even give themselves a whole lot of time in between 1 and 2 before this happened. But I do feel like they're single now, at least physically. Emotionally, it feels like they're letting go of those ties. And that's okay. There will always be a place in our heart for anyone that we've loved before. I look at it as our hearts as like a hotel that we own, and there's all these rooms when we have a love, and the love of our life in the moment sits at this romantic table for two in the courtyard, or the beautiful inner sanctum, that it's a round hotel right in the middle. It goes all the way up, and we have that, beautiful. But when we've dismissed them, or they've left the table, then they all that love we had for them gets put into those rooms and locked. They can't um, come and go as they please. We lock them in, just emotionally, not physically. Please, no one kidnap anyone and keep them locked up anywhere. Um, but then there's a reserved sign on the table that we have for the love, and it's the removing the reserved off of there, because no one will come and sit down until that reserved sign is removed. So the emotions are always there. We'll always love the people we've loved. We may not just have them as the center of our lives. And I feel like that's what they're doing. They're removing the reserve sign off. It's funny. It's almost like their name is the same. And so the reserve sign had that person's name, and they sat down. It's like, you have a thing for people with the same name? David. I wonder who has that. Anna. No, just kidding. She has repeating Davids in her life. That's what was funny. But David, I feel, has like the two people almost had the same name, which is funny because that's why the reserve sign never got removed because they sat down. Oh yeah, you can just sit in there. That's your name. Anyway, that's what they have for you, Sun and Music. So hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Olivier Vagara, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Oops, that is not correct. There we go. Much better. I know, right? Your ears perked up. Well, I wonder why. You're so funny. All right, Olivier, will your mom receive news from the request she turned in? All right, let's take a look here. In fact, we'll pull here from the Learning Tarot to see if they'll give us a time frame too. So, will Mama? All right, thank you. And can you tell us when here? All right. So we do have the Five of Wands. Energy, we have July 1st to December 17th. There's some sort of conflict going on. What's this other card here? We do have the Four of Cups. Energy. It feels like things work themselves out, but there is some sort of conflicting energy. The time period, like I said, is July 1st to December 17th. So I feel like this will get worked out during this period, but there is some sort of um, information that needs to be completed. It's like your mom did her best on requesting and turning it all in, but they're like, oh, we need to have a confirmation. We need proof of this. We need that. There's like extra. It's like, oh, God, you didn't say it on the form. Well, I know, but if we have this, then we need to ask for that. So I feel like there's some extra. Whoops, I didn't mean to put those cards back in here. Um, but there's some extra details. But I feel like it'll be worked out anywhere between now and December 17th with that energy there. But I do feel like there's some obstacles. Didn't we have that before too with her where it was like, well, there's more, there's always something. And your mom does her best to fill out everything, but I feel like it's so much red tape and so much stuff that it just causes delay, conflict. But eventually, I feel like it does work it out by the middle of December. So hopefully that helps, Olivier. That's what we have for you. So many blessings. All right. And then Maria P., you are up. Thank you again for your donation earlier. Here's your free reading. Um, Okay, and then a general for you at work here. All right, so a general for you at work. What does Spirit want you to do? All right, so you got the Six of Cups and the Ten of Pentacles. Wow, I do feel here the Ten of Pentacles is an abundance energy, so that is a positive thing, of course. Um, And the Six of Cups, that is an interesting energy because the Six of Cups is about something like from the past to come forward. And it almost feels like an opportunity, maybe in something you've done before. It doesn't have to be with the same company, but something you've done before or have experience in. Because the Six of Cups is something that's returning back, that's for your benefit. It's not something coming back to haunt you, but it is something that maybe a job you've done before or experience you've had before. It it's allowing here. It does bring in benefit. It does bring in extra income for you in the job here as well. So I like it for you. So be on the lookout. Even be looking and see if there's new jobs available. I just feel like you're due for a promotion or for learning something new. Not learning something new, but going into a different department. or different position, but your previous experience just really helps support it too. So I like that for you. That's what they have for you, Maria, right now. So many blessings to you. All right. Then we have Layla. You are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Boom. And you wanted to say, can you get a reading? So, a general reading for you. What does Spirit want you to know right now? If in the future you never have to ask if you want a reading, I appreciate the politeness. All you have to do, and all this is in the description box of the video, is just to put your question out there if you want a free reading, if you have a specific question, or if you just want to hear from Spirit, you can ask for a general reading. And that's what we'll do. Right. So, what Spirit has for you, you've got the Nine of Cups with the Strength card. The Nine of Cups is this energy, really the combination here. Sometimes it's a dream come true energy that comes in with that. But this nine energy is also the hermit, which is turning you into finding the love you're looking for in here. And this Leo energy of the strength card, this is your human self, this big lion, and this is your higher self. This is about a relationship, your inner strength. And this is all pointing you inward, your inner strength, your inner love. And really, your inner love is your inner strength because when we turn inward and upward and connect to that beautiful, eternal, unconditional love energy that we get from the upper world, when you define your worth from that, that's when you really step into your power. You realize you've got everything you need inside of you, that everything in the outside world, when you look for it to fulfill you, falls short. It's lacking. It's disappointing. It's unstable. Eventually, when we find our self love, then we stop looking to the outside world to make us happy, to fulfill us, to make us feel complete, blah, 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 because it can't. What we're looking for is in here. But once we fill up in here, doesn't mean we stop wanting from the outside world. But when we're filling up and overflowing, anything anyone gives us is above and beyond extra. So the world does transform from a place of lack and falling short to a place of abundance and overflowing. So, a real big nudge to really realize that your strength comes from the inside, and that strength, the source of it, is your inner self love and the love you get from the upper world, which is eternal, unconditional love. So, that is what they have for you, Layla. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Ken. You are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. Almost just went right into your reading. What? All right. And you want to know, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do the coming week? Guidance. All right, let's take a look here. From Spirit's standpoint, there's no supposed to. Um, there's just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. So we'll ask this more, if you have like a particular situation, um, we can always ask here. Like if you want to know specific guidance ever, you can say, should I choose, not should, but what's the energy if I choose A or if I choose B, and then you get to decide. Spirit doesn't tell you should choose this one, but they will tell you the energies. If you choose that right now, this is what the result would be. If you choose that one, this is what the result would be. So we can ask more specifically if you have a question like that. And of course, I'll be on tomorrow if you want more diving into that. But what I'm going to ask them is, for next week, for my most easiest experience, what what would help me have the most easiest flowing abundant experience next week where my human would feel it's abundant. I don't get specific, right? So that's what we're going to ask them here. I mean, because they don't have an opinion. They're like, I don't know. What should I do? It's like being on a playground. What should I go? What should I go play on first? Spirit's like, what do you feel like doing? Go play on that. Or asking Spirit, what kind of ice cream should I eat? And they're like, what flavor are you looking for? That's everything in this life is like a choice like that, right? So you've got the Four of Swords, which is rest your mind, let expectations go, and the Nine of Swords, This is almost the same. They're different individuals. Their hair's a little more messed up, but all of this is about letting expectations go. Like, so what should I do this coming week? Get out of your head, not try to live up to the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be, the must be, all these opinions of the outside world. Clear the stories out of your head of what you've been told something's supposed to mean, and you decide. I'm going to decide what this means, and I'm going to decide what I want to do. And it's like closing our eyes, get out of our head and get into our heart and really move forward, following our heart, not fearing letting people down or being a failure or not being enough, not having enough, blah, blah, blah. Because that's existing and you're ready to live. So that is such a great energy of get out of all the rules and all the expectations. And what is it? Where's your heart drawing you? Where's your passion drawing you? Follow that because you will feel like you're living when you do that instead of just existing. So I feel like that is what they guidance they're giving you for this next coming week. So hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. Right. And then we have Urvashi coming in. So Urvashi are up next here. And does your husband want to divorce you? You are in no contact. All right. Based on their current energy, are they wanting an official legal divorce, right? They're wanting to end it. All right. And I feel like this here. So your first card that came out here, we have the Page of Swords. They are seeking clarity here and the Wheel of Fortune. You know, I feel like they haven't really decided yet with this Page of Swords. They're seeking clarity, but the Wheel of Fortune is the tuna for me. And I feel like they are wanting this with the 10 of the Wheel of Fortune, wanting ending and beginning, but they're not sure exactly what all that looks like yet. They're wanting to gain clarity about what they want in life, and they're trying to figure everything out. Um, I feel like that's where they're leaning toward because they feel like it's not fair to keep you waiting around in life, for them to make up their minds. But I feel like they are looking at what does life look like for me? I want my life to be about me, and um, and there's this breaking of chains and breaking away from things, trying to see things clearly. So I feel like that's what they're leaning toward, but I don't feel like they've made an absolute decision yet. But I feel like in the scheme of things, they're like, yeah, this for your sake alone, it needs to end so that you can go on with your life. Because I feel like ultimately that's what they will go towards because they're trying to create a life that represents and matches their, dreams and their desires. And I feel like they were trying to live up to family and all the supposed tos and everyone else's um, desires, um, instead of their own, which we all do in the beginning, right? But they're like, they decided, I can't take it anymore. I got to be me. I got to go live my life, energy. And it's like, wow, okay. Took you a while to come to that. But um, so I do feel like that's where they're trying to figure everything else out, the impact on money, the impact on possessions, and blah, 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 and blah. So that's why I feel like they're hesitant and making the decision, but that's where I do feel like they're heading eventually. They're just not, they haven't made up their mind to do it, move on it yet. So hopefully that helps, my dear. Hang in there. And many blessings to you. All right. And then Amber, you are up. Let's grab your timestamp here. See, I don't think Amber, I don't think you answered me. Nope, not yet. Okay. Let's put this down here. Come on, mouse. There we go. So Amber, hello, hello. Good to see you. Welcome. And then you wanted a reading. So we'll um do a general reading for you. And if you ever do have a specific question, all you have to do is put it out there. And I appreciate you being polite and asking, "Can I have a reading?" It's like always know the answer is always yes. You can put your question out there. If you want just a general reading to hear from spirit, you can just put general or put a specific question, and I'll pull cards for that. So let's see what spirit has for you. What do they want you to know right now? Okay, you've got the Three of Cups and the Hermit. So it feels like you've been feeling alone here for a little while with that Hermit card, kind of feeling maybe like you've been in what is that? Um, what is it in prison when we're put in solitary confinement? But that's about to change. The Three of Cups does represent this energy of a group, a social group, your posse of support, and even a couple of besties that will come in here. So I do feel like you're about to have a change socially and you're kind of being drawn out. Um, and if you're a hermit like me, I know it's like the best kind of plans are canceled plans. But in this case, this is going to be good because it doesn't mean that you have to go out. But I feel like in the beginning you will. It's going out somewhere, either at a gathering somewhere and you meet people, and then you will meet individually at each other's homes in the future. So it's not so people over peopled, but you do have this at least two. It's like there's three of you, and that's why I feel like it's two besties, but it's three of you that really get along and three peas in a pod. And this is something that you've been desiring for a while to find people that match you, because I feel like the old friends have fallen away, or you just feel like the energy doesn't match anymore because you've evolved into like a butterfly. They're caterpillars, so you desire different things. You've changed. They probably say, "You've changed." You're like, "I have." And that's okay. Our energy doesn't match anymore with theirs, and that's okay. You're going to draw in people that match your energy that's coming up. So, hopefully that helps. That's what's coming in here for you, Amber. So many blessings to you. All right. So those were all the free readings I had at the toward the end of my session here. I know some more have come in since then. I do have a couple of donations that I'm going to complete here, and then we'll see what my energy is after I do those. I'm only at 3.5 hours. I mean, I've been doing 5 hour sessions the last three sessions and last week too. So, I should be used to it. So I should be able to get to those. I'm just going to let me grab them here. So, Anna, you'll be up next for your donation. And then Alice will come back around for your second. And actually, that's your third donation. So, thank you. And let me just grab the other free readings here so I have them at a glance here. See, there's Amber. So, we did that. And there is Anna's questions. We did that. I feel like I missed someone here somewhere. Nope, it's those. All right. Nope, I don't think I did. So, Rob, we have you here for your free reading. Grab that here. And Starfall, hello. So, hello, you two. All right. So, I'll grab those down there. Hey, Ankita, hello. All right. So, up to donations. So, Anna, you're at 333.44. Look at that. Boom. There is your timestamp. So thank you for your donation. We'll give that a love and a like. I am. Yeah, we're doing well. She's recovering nicely. Um, can't believe it's already been, 6 days since she had her back surgery. But just the soreness, and I'm sure you probably had back surgery before. So some fun adventures for her. She's taking it easy. I warned her, don't overdo it. And she hasn't. So we have that. All right. So, um, yeah, absolutely. I definitely will give her your love. All right. So, you'd like a work related read. Given the current pause, I wonder if there's anyone who will choose to separate on their own. Your colleagues are MBANJ, the contractors are LAND. FYI, C is already set to retire in December. Okay, yeah, so they're not even included in the mix there. All right. And none of them are named David. I'm just kidding. All right. So let me highlight these so I can see where I'm at here. And so we're going to see here, we'll pull each one of those. Yeah, it is easy. You're very welcome. Yeah, absolutely. I told her, I go, you know, um, message from Anna, don't overdo it. So that's funny. All right. So let's take a look here. So, anyone going to choose to separate on their own? So, M, we got M, and then we have B. I don't know, so many cards for yes or no, but we'll see what else. There's always circumstances, right? A is very simple. Yeah, I figured. And then J, right? And then the contractors, LAD, the lad. Got L, A, and D. D is a little more involved there. Okay. Righty. We'll keep the contract. I got to keep the contractors separate. it's, it's it's an old. We used to have at my job. We had employees and then we had contractors, and we had to treat the contractors different than the employees by state law and federal law too. I imagine. Um, and so I always had to keep things separate files, separate things, blah, 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 right? So that's why they have to be separate over here. All right. So we got M is I'm going to retire. We got the 5 of Cups and the Justice card. No, even though they're kind of a little pissy about what's going on, they know things will balance out in the long run, and justice will be served. So I don't feel like that they're going to leave of their own accord. I mean, leave by their choice. So no for M. B, we've got the Knight of Cups. Yeah, they're definitely moved emotionally with everything that's going on. They are trying to see things from a different perspective. Yeah, really 3 of Swords. They have this, they're taking it really rough here. Um, a lot of fear, a lot of they're considering transformation and looking for a new job. I just feel like they've had so much hell around shutdowns that they're just they're getting to a point. They're contemplating it. I don't feel like they've made a decision to or not, but they're definitely looking at options and alternatives. But haven't made a decision. A, we've got the King of Swords. Um, this is a lot of the master of thinking and contemplating, um, researching. Uh, but again, they haven't made a decision. I feel like they're kind of waiting to see what happens here. They feel like something is going to be happening soon, but I feel like they're filling their fears with the action of looking because it's making them feel safe. More so, well, not even more so, kind of in their different ways. I feel like B would be more emotional, and A is more in their head around it, if that makes sense. J, got the King of Wands. They are actively, very actively looking with the King of Wands. That's movement energy and trying to figure out what they would want to do, though, and trying to put a plan together. And then I feel like they're putting a plan in place in case something happens. But again, I feel like these last three, very different energies. B feels more emotional, A feels more mental, more, you know what I'm trying to say. And then J feels more action and fiery energy with all of that. They're more likely to make action and make movement. Um, A is more likely to overthink. B is more likely to sit and cry as they're looking at other jobs and see what's going on out there. But yeah, I feel like out of these three, I feel like J would go first, and then A, and then B. It's I love it. I love how spirit allows me to tap into people's energy and see those. So yeah, that's kinda what's going on with them, right? Uh, I don't feel so. They don't feel, um they're all waiting here. I feel like they're have plans in place. I don't feel like any of these 3, we already knew that M wasn't, but these 3, even though they're looking and planning, it's more plan B in case, um, layoffs happen and they lose their jobs, right? They're looking at, um, things are gonna get resolved, we're gonna get back pay, everything's gonna get going, everything's gonna be fine, and for at least another year, till the next budget thing comes around, right? Uh, yeah, in case things really hit the fan. Exactly, exactly. So it's more, um, you know what I'm trying to say, um, to have plans in place, not just to be caught off guard. I gotta be doing something. I gotta prepare. Can't just be sitting around waiting. I gotta uh, have my resume updated. I gotta be looking for other jobs, see what's out there, see what's comparable. What do I need to do? Any classes I can take that can help? It's all that kind of stuff coming in. All right. So that was for the non-contractors. The contractors, L. L has the 5 of swords. They're very conflicted here. Um, but this doesn't feel like leaving energy. Again, this just feels like they're really pissed off. Just saying, they're just like, "Mm." They're um their mind is, it's the battle between the head and the heart. The heart is like, I'm scared, I feel unsafe and out of control, I need to do something, and the fear is kicking in. Um, and so I feel like they're going through things in their mind, but it doesn't feel like super, super, again, preparation, preparation, preparation. But not but not choosing to go. Again, uh, a last resort if things go south. Um, A, we have the Knight of Wands. A is on the move. So I feel like A is looking to find a new job and separate. I feel like they might be the new one of the newer ones. Does that feel right? Like first in, first out, or last in, first out, right? And I that's what I feel like. They feel like I'm if anyone's gonna go, it's gonna be me. Is what they're thinking anyway. If they have to get rid of someone in the department, I am on the chopping block. Um, so I'm gonna actively look and I'm actively searching, strongly, strongly searching. Um, and if they find something, they're gone. They're just gone. D, we've got the Two of Swords. Okay, yep, and the Knight of Pentacles. Um, oh, well, good. Yeah. So she's like, I need to look somewhere else anyway. I need someone to value my worth. But we've got this is slow moving Knight of Pentacles, Two of Swords. Again, they're very slow. D is going, we'll see. I don't feel like they're I don't feel like they're a huge planner. There's someone that's going, well, I'll just kind of I have I have some options. I can do this or I can do this. Let me just kind of work here towards this, you know. Boop ba doop ba doo. There's no urgency around D. feel like they've got maybe they're married and they have a second income already, and they don't really have to work if they don't want to, or they can retire, or so I just feel like they're not urgently searching kind of energy is what I'm feeling. Um, but it's like I got a couple options. It's like, "Are you looking for a job?" "Well, there's a couple things I can do." "Aren't you, like, worried?" "No, I'm fine. I'll be fine." There's not a lot of urgency, around them, so I don't feel like they're not looking right now, for that. That's funny. Alright, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too around this whole situation from the Seasons of the Witch. Oh, sure, we can ask another one here. Forgot about your boss. Oh, I'm gonna tell her. I'm telling on you. I'm just kidding. Can't believe you forgot. Okay. All right. Four of Wands, the Empress. You know, um, I do feel like she is. I love it. I love it. You know, when I first started really coming into my connection of reading other people, it was over the internet, and I actually remember chatting with someone I didn't even know. It was in a public chat room, and when they private messaged me, and I knew something about him right off the bat, and I go, "Da da da da," and they go, "How'd you know that?" And I go, "I know things." And they're like, "Really? Well, tell me about so and so." And I'm like, "They're this and this and this." Like, "Oh my god, well, tell me about this person." And I'm all blah 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 blah. And it's like immediately could, soon as they said someone's name, I knew exactly who it was. And it was just blew me away, and it freaked out the other person. They were like, "Oh my god, do you know who I am?" I'm like, "No, I don't even know who you are." Um, and it's funny. And even one time someone was talking to me, and they said something like, let's I forget the name, but they were like, "So why does Cheryl treat me the way that she does?" And I go, "Well, it's because, she she feels she didn't raise you to the best, and so she just wants to kind of help you raise your child, and she has her own things." It goes, "How did you know that was my mom and not the other three Cheryls I knew or whatever?" And it's like spirit knows, and I love that. I love that we have access to that. Anyway, just a side story. Um, I do feel like they are. We've got the Four of Wands here, um, which is a joyful celebration, and the Empress, which is abundance, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, a time for harvest. I do feel like she's going to retire soon. Um, and I don't see here. Let's see, based on current energies, I'm just going to pull a quick when card here, see if we can find any of that out. Yeah, I'm checking. Gosh, don't rush me. I know Anna, everybody. So we go way back. so I'm just playing around. Just in case someone's new, they're going, "Wow, Brett is Zen, he's getting all uppity." We just pick on each other. All right. So let's see here. When will this be? We got the Justice card. September 23rd to October 22nd. Libra season. I speak on it, yeah. Um, I don't know if you know this. She retired 3 days ago. You're gonna come back and go, "What? She retired?" But I feel like it's not this year. I feel like she's, unless wouldn't that be hilarious? If you're like, "What? Yeah, everyone wasn't here. She decided to retire." But, but there is this, um I feel like she's gonna try to give it, like, she's gonna announce next year I'm gonna retire, um, to give time to, you know, prepare and everything like that, to get things in order and, do all that. So, interesting. All right, now let's pull your fortune cookie and see what else do they want you to know about this situation here. What can we know? Yeah, third harvest. Third time's a charm, right? Card 38. Daughters of the woods, feel thy sacred swell with suppleness. Taste the gathering of honey's milk, filling your emptiness. Yeah, and I feel like things are going to work out. This is a harvest kind of energy. So everyone's waiting because they have a feeling everything's going to work itself out, even though things look kind of crazy, right? Because this is gathering abundance, preparation. It's a lot of that, right? So Samhain served as a practical holiday that told our ancestors to prepare for the coming winter. The third harvest was a time to gather up the remainder of crops, to prepare and store them to have enough food to last the harsh conditions. The last of the wheat would be ground to flour, the remains of fruits and vegetables would be pickled and canned, and meats salted. Everything with a shelf life was stored in underground cellars and packed with ice. Though winters might be harsh and gathering up your food is hard work, there is a feeling of abundance and pride in getting prepared. You can't make this up, right? Oh, wow. But I like this, all this energy about preparing. A lot of people are preparing that's coming in. Um, Imagine looking at your food stores and seeing a physical representation of your work. Imagine seeing the abundance of rewards of planting your seeds and nourishing them as you grow. We are lucky that we no longer have to face those conditions in the modern world. Not yet. Refrigerators and grocery stores make it easy for us to have food all year long. Perhaps that is why the over idea of preparation is no longer as important to us, with others. And I think that's a lot of this people are waiting to see because they know they're going to be able to work it out one way or another. But if you're holding the third harvest, you're being guided to gather up your accomplishments to celebrate your wins. Take a look at everything you've done and achieved. Make a store of these wins to come back to whenever you're feeling low or like you failed. The easiest way to attract more abundance is to feel abundant. Having the stockpile of feel good moments will kickstart you and can help turn around feelings of lack or stagnation. I like that. Beautiful energy. So, that is what they have for you, my dear. Would you say here? Your boss said it was like the rapture happened because they still have to report in. They said one day everyone was in the office and the next day the parking lot was empty like a rapture. That's funny. Too funny. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear friend. So hang in there. I think last time we checked, it was going to be like November 22nd or something that they were going to come to conclusions and stuff. So I think we still have a little bit of time. I forget what the date was. That sounds familiar, but that might have just been the beginning of Sagittarius season. But yeah, we'll see. It'll all be fine. It'll all be fine. We're all gonna get through it one way or another. We're either gonna get through it or we're not, and either way, we're gonna be fine. Alright. Thank you again, my dear, and then just Alice, you are up for number 3. Let's grab yours right at 3 hours and 54 minutes even. Look at that. And let's move that out of here. Boom, boom, boom. So, Alice, thank you for your sticker and donation. And thank you. Let's see, your message got erased. Let me see here. Is it down here? Just Alice. Looks like you retracted your message. Let me go through slowly here. Oh, here it is. Um, I think it's because 'cause I'm going on 4 hours. Having trouble seeing. I do see it here. So, will RJ eventually give your stuff back? If he has had a change in perception of you, what has changed? All right. Um, let's do a when card here for this. Well, if so, when, right? Will he eventually give your stuff back? So we'll ask that, and then there's a when energy with that. And then if he has changed his perception of you, what has changed? Okay. No, they don't want to know those. Let me shuffle these up here. Oh, thank you. All right. I think I want that. All right. So, will he give you your stuff back? We do have a yes answer on here with the Queen of Wands. So, there's possibilities for this. We have November. Here's the November 22nd I was just talking about. Because there's 3 periods, and the one that's coming up next is November 22nd to December 21st. But with the Queen of Wands, it is an energy that depends upon your energy. Um, so we talk about energy all the time, right? So if I'm focusing on, I want it back, I need it back. Oh my God, I fear they won't bring it back. I'm pushing it further away. I'm lack energy and fear is what pushes it further away. If I'm like, creator, I surrender it to you. I'm grateful that they're going to return back my stuff to me in the perfect timing. And I focus on gratitude. And we can even focus on gratitude about the things that we liked about them. Um, and and especially if we can't find anything to be grateful for about someone, we can focus on everything we're grateful for in our life. It changes the energy. Instead of growing the fear and the lack and pushing that away, we focus in on the gratitude, and that draws things for me to be grateful for towards me, which would draw that towards you. So hopefully that makes sense, right? All right. And then if their energy has changed, for you, how's it changed? We got the magician. Their focus has changed. Um, I don't feel like well, it is a bit. Let's see what these cards are here, because I feel like they're looking over here now. Um, and what has changed? The King of Swords. Yeah, I feel like we talked about clarity earlier, right? And the Devil card, which is more, and the Three of Swords. All of this Swords energy is expectations that you disappointed me in not acting the way I wanted you to act. And since you're not going to do what I want, then I'm going to go find someone who will. And I like this for you because this is about what is this about? This is like about it is this energy of um I want someone who's going to give me what I want, when I want it, how I want it. And why won't you do that? How rude of you to not do that. That's how they appear. And then they're like, well, I'll find someone who will. And they will, because there's a lot of people with low self esteem out in the world who will believe the story that they're telling them and be like, okay, yeah, I'll, I'll be at your beck and call. I want you to like me, so I'll do what you want. And you're like, that this
No, 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 no.
that's not me, right? That's not you. And so they realized I'm not going to be able to manipulate you, and that what is it? Who is it that there was a movie or a show or something I was watching, and they were like, Oh, it was, one of the Star Wars because it was Jedi Knights. They're like, um, Jedi Knights can control people who have impressionable and weak minds, is what it said in the movie, and, it's one of the many Jedi ones that are out there. And, because they tried doing it on this little creature, and they were like, "Oh, no, this is fine." Like, "No, it's not, blah, blah, blah. No, it's fine. No, it's not because because it wasn't working because they had a sharp mind, and you have a sharp mind. They can't do Jedi mind tricks on you. So they're like, "I gotta go do my magic somewhere else." So, that's what's changed. But you can change your energy and focus on gratitude and get your stuff back earlier. But if you're focusing on that, they got to give it back to me, then that pushes it further away. When you release it and go, you know what? They will give my stuff back to me in the perfect timing. And I trust you, Creator, that you'll have this come in, right? Your fortune cookie is the Banshee. I'm going to yell at you. Heed my warning, dear child, for what I hold is far from unsung lullabies. Swallow a nail, and you can expect bleeding from within. Wow, this 5 conflict energy. Let's see what this is here. The Banshee. Wrath. Let the wrath go. Forgive them, because the more you hold the angst, the more this they hold your power is held somewhere else. The more you release and forgive, then the easier stuff will come to you. A banshee is a fairy woman from Irish folklore who heralds the death of a family member by wailing, shrieking, or keening. Some believe banshees are the spirits of young women who have been brutally murdered. These spirits become banshees so they can warn other women when faced with a similar threat. Are you going to go around screaming, "Look out! He's not what he seems." And it is more common to hear that a banshee is a woman who's intentionally grieving the passing of a loved one, and that she has become eternally lost in sadness. Nevertheless, a banshee's cry is a bad omen, and one should take caution when she appears. In a reading, a banshee's cry also means death, but this death is not physical. It is a symbolic one. You're facing an ending. However, this will not be easy, and you will still mourn the loss. We talked about this before already, right? The ending is long overdue, and the powers that be can no longer wait for you to let go. The choice to end your situation may no longer be your choice. You've rejected change, but you can't avoid it. You're holding on to something that no longer benefits you. Perhaps a job that you hate, a relationship that drains you, a place where you do not feel safe. Know that it's time to let go. Is the stuff that important to you? Can you let it go and not worry about it? Is it the is it the what do they say? It's the It's the meaning of it. I don't it's not that those things are important to me, but it's the meaning of I'm trying can I think of the word? It's just um, the story of this. I want my stuff back. The principle. It's just the principle, right? It says it is important to remember that every ending also brings a new beginning. Moving on makes space for new energy to come into our lives. Don't get caught in the mourning process for longer than is necessary. It can be easy to mourn the loss, but this prevents you from seeing the doors that open up for you. So maybe it's time to let it go. And if it's stuff that, oh, I really want that stuff back, really, is it important? Is the energy that you're being drained, is it really worth getting that stuff back? Or is it like, you know what? I'm going to let it go. I'm not going to worry about it. And if it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Um, and they're reminding me I had a my first ex had I had done a wonderful thing and co-signed on a lease for a car for them. And so after we broke up, they were supposed to be paying me for their car lease payment. And oh, I can't pay it. I can't pay it. Um, and so I ended up covering, a month. And then the second month came and they couldn't do that either because they had to move out because I own, well, it was my parents' house. They had moved away and I was living in it, paying for the stuff and everything. So it was my property in a way. It wasn't their property, is really what it is. So they had to move out. But it, every time they came to tell me they couldn't pay, they had new clothes, they had their hair frosted, and they had a new CD they wanted to show me. And I'm like, "You owe me money and you're doing all of this?" And they were like, "Well, I need to do stuff for me too." And I'm like, you know, "Brr." And it was taking so much of my energy that I was like, "Never mind. Don't worry about it." And they were like, "No, no, no, I'll pay you back. I'll pay you, da da da." I'm like, "No, I'm not gonna worry about it." And the release that I gave when releasing the money and the debt, whatever, made me feel so much more lighter. It was worth it for me. So just if that resonates for you. Alrighty. So many blessings to you. Hang in there, my dear, my dear. All right. So we're at 4 hours. I think I might be able to get here. Let me see how many we have here. So we got Ankita. Hello. Grab yours here. Okay, we did those. We got Mars, Mars. Grab that as well. And then Anna. I'll grab yours too. All right. Yeah, because that's just what a handful. One, two, three. Yeah, it's exactly a handful, just five. Unless you're a six fingered god or goddess. They do have those, right? All right. So let me take a sip here and we'll complete these last five readings. I'm going to have to cut off though, because I'm hitting 4 hours. So I'm going to kind of put a cut off and I'll be back tomorrow though, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Tomorrow, Sunday's special in that I do come back on in the afternoon to finish out any readings I don't complete in the morning, including all free readings. So if you'd like to come back tomorrow, we'll also be doing that. All right. And thank you guys again for all the thumbs up. It does show the channel and me some love, and I'm so grateful for that. Something that you can do for free, and I'm grateful for that. You're part of the love tsunami, helping draw people to the channel and helping spread the love. So thank you guys for doing that. All right, let's shuffle these up. And we get in. All right. So, Rob, you are up first here. So, Rob 953. Here we go. So, do you see you getting a new job soon, looking for months, and things are financially strained? All right, let's take a look here. So, based on your current energy, let's pull from the When deck here of the Learning Tarot, and let's see what we have here. I'm getting a new job soon. Okay. So you do have the Chariot, the Power of Choice card coming in here. I like this, moving forward with determination and confidence. You do have the High Priestess energy coming into. I didn't show you the Chariot card. I'm just reading it. So you got two major arcana. The Chariot card is a victory, is a movement energy. It actually has like June 21st to July 22nd. So that those dates don't really resonate here. But there is this energy here of, doing you right now, Rob. See the timestamp, Rob.953 with 40801. That's you right now. All right. So this energy is about the power of choice. And what's an important energy around this is that you do have possibilities of a job when these cards come out here. But the High Priestess with the Chariot tells you that our energy is what either draws things to us or pushes things away. And I know, like, when we have financial strain, we focus on the fear of that, and we have a strong desire, like a need and a want for a job. And that's what we're taught how to manifest. Focus on what we want. But actually, when we're focusing on want and need, that's actually lack energy. Because if we sit in gratitude for what I have right now, and I'm truly grateful, not just trying to fake it because you can't fake energy, but if I'm truly like, Creator, I'm so grateful for everything that you supply me and everything that I have right now. And I'm grateful for when you supplied this, and I'm grateful for this job. This is what I loved about this job, and I'm grateful for. This is what I'm grateful about this job, and I loved about this, about that. You don't have to love the entire job, but you can love this, energy that's there. And when we're focusing on the gratitude for that, of what we do have, that's when we sit in that. That opens up the conduit of receiving, and that allows us to become a magnet to draw things that match our gratitude. But when I'm focusing on lack, it actually repels it away and it makes it difficult for it to come toward us. So I know it can be difficult, but really they're saying the power of choice energy is if I focus on realizing it's not humans that bring me my job, but that it's the creator that brings me my sustenance in each moment. And if I focus on everything that they are giving me, and even, I'm grateful. One of my favorite mantras is like, abundance comes to me easily and effortlessly. You can say, I know I'm so grateful that jobs come to me easily and effortlessly, and really believe it, really thank the creator. That opens it up and draws it in here. And I do feel like, because the high priestess is every 2 to 3 days, you have an opportunity to get a new job. But it's this moving forward confidently that the creator has your back, and the gratitude towards them will draw it in for you. So an important change of energy that just opens up and allows it to come towards you. Um, the high priestess also brings a little bit of energy in that gets into the emotional area. While you're waiting for a job, you can also look at this, right? Yeah, it's been a long time. But it'll be the perfect timing too. And again, that patience, that's the lack. I should have a job by now, lack energy. Push it away. It's like, I know you're going to bring me the perfect job in the perfect timing in the perfect way. And then also look at your inner child, 7 years old and younger. That's where our scales, our rate of exchange of receiving is formed when we're young. And usually we as humans have a way out of balance where we feel we have to give so much to get so little. And that goes back to our young childhood where, parents are the usual suspects, but it can be grandparents or anybody that we feel was important, that we did so much. We felt we give so much to them and we got so little back. We can release them and forgive them, and then talk to our inner child going, no, you deserve 1 to 1, not 1,000 to 1. And as we release that emotional energy, they're the ones that put up force fields that also keep things away. Our inner child, if it feels we don't deserve it yet, they won't let it come to us. So we can be doing our energy work and gratitude, and it's bringing stuff, but it's waiting at the gates. And that little inner child is the one that operates the gates opening and closing. Um, so they're the ones that we can clarify things with, and where they're like, "Well, open the gates. We don't need to monitor if we deserve the to receive it or not, because when it's 1,000 to 1, we have to keep score. When it's 1 to 1, it's just we give and here it comes. So there is some important energy work and emotional work that can be done there. So I love that for you. I'm glad you're doing that. And the wonderful thing is that gratitude energy is so much more powerful than lack energy. So it's not one for one where you have to like, I got to make up for all this fear I had by all this gratitude. It's like, no, it's like one. energy of gratitude is worth like a million lack energies. So a moment of gratitude transforms a lot of that, and it can we can recover from our any lower vibration we were focusing on by just a little bit of higher vibrational work. So, or focus, not work. Work sounds like work. All right. So that's what they have for you, Rob. So thank you for your patience in getting to your reading. Many blessings to you. Hang in there. All right. Starfall, you are up. Grab this here. Here's your timestamp. All right. And what is coming in love for you next month? All right. Based on current energies, what do you have headed toward the Ponderosa? It's from an old cowboy movie called Bonanza. All right. You've got the Five of Pentacles and the Queen of Swords. Next month in love is more of a clarifying month that's coming in here, because the Five of Pentacles is an energy of fear of abandonment, beliefs in lack, falling short, not being enough, and fear. I think I said fear of abandonment, being left behind, right? The Queen of Swords, a balance between head and heart. But there is this focus with that Queen of Swords and Five of Pentacles. There are some beliefs in fear of abandonment, fear of betrayal, fear of someone not sticking around. And it can be some underlying energies around, feeling worthy of love, like we just talked about with Rob around abundance. But there is this, I feel like there's been some good mirroring, but this feels like in the outside world, I feel like there's people coming in across your path that have been having your fears come true out there in their lives, to where that's being brought up of like, oh God, I hope that never happens to me. And this is happening for you, you know, to your face, so that you can be freed from it and release, so it won't impact it. Because this fear of lack is bringing in a kind of like a, I want love, I need love, which, pushes it away, or a fear of I won't find love, or I won't find someone that sees me worthy of their love, or, all that energy just pushes it away. As we question these and we release ourselves from them, and then we focus on, trust and hand it over to the creator. Again, you're going to bring me the perfect person, the perfect timing, the perfect way. There is this kind of energy for that month. So it does feel like a lot of releasing of mindsets that don't serve you anymore, that are anchoring and holding you back and not allowing you to go higher in your self-love and your love vibration, which is what you want to bring in. Because you don't want to bring in, do the old stuff and get the old stuff. You want higher vibration, right? So it feels like next month is more of clearing away those beliefs to set you up to draw in a love that is more matches your higher energy than to do what we've always done and get what we've always gotten. So that's the kind of energy that's coming in for you, Starfall. So many blessings to you. That's what they have for you right now. Right. And then Ankita Moore, you are up. Here's your timestamp. And you want to know, will Palabi come soon to you, especially in the festival? Will she go with you? All right, let's take a look here. Boom, boom. Let's see what we got here. We've got the Emperor and the Tower. All right. Well, the Tower card is telling us no. It's like they'll plan on going, but they're going to back out. Something's going to happen and they're not going to be able to make it. Sudden, and they can't go. Either they get sick or someone gets sick, there's an emergency, something, but they're not able to go. So not the King of Wands, but the Emperor is like the King of Wands. This is your energy. This is Aries. This is, you choosing what you want, making a plan and putting action behind it. So, I feel like knowing that they're going to drop out, You can invite them and see if they wanna go, but don't be surprised if it doesn't show up, but maybe have other people to go with too. If you don't wanna go alone, go in a small group and invite them, and if they don't show up, then no harm, no foul. It's not like, "Oh, I'm gonna go alone now," you know? Definitely sorry if you hear my stomach growling. It's getting loud. Um, definitely, you know, uh, don't don't hold your breath. They wanna go, but then something comes up that keeps them from going. So, that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Then Mars, you are up. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. So, a reading on spirit you saw in your room waking up. You also sensed your guide's presence a minute before, so you believe that they were safe. They also distinctly wore blue, a synchronicity of minus of safety. Oh, very nice. All right, let's take a look here. So, what was the spirit in your room here? All right. So, you got the Eight of Pentacles and the Knight of Pentacles. Yeah, this is a special guardian for you, that's helping you on your adventure around your self worth. And I feel like it's your elemental spirit guide, the one that's in charge of your physical body and more the physical world. But they are, with the Knight of Pentacles, they're on a quest of seeing your self worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. But they're like the supervisor of your physical experiences. And that's why your spirit guides are like, yeah, we work with them all the time. They're very involved in your life. They're more of a behind the scenes worker, but they're introducing themselves to you because you do have something coming up here. That's been slow in coming, both with the Eight of Pentacles and the Knight of Pentacles. Knight of Pentacles is the slowest moving knight out of them all, which is something that's been slowly progressing. And the Eight of Pentacles is putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears. Now you're about to see the fruition come. So there is a bit of a harvest in a way of fruit to show up on the fruit tree that you've been patiently waiting to unfold here. But it is a reward for the work that you've done. And I like that here for you. So I do feel that it is your elemental spirit guide. I do have a playlist on my main page. It's the quests. There's like five, five videos. Yeah, I think there's five videos. One of them will be the Earth Elemental, and if you want to watch that video, it'll tell you about the Earth Elemental spirit guides there because I feel like this is them introducing themselves to you with all this Earth energy. So, how interesting, Mars. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Anna, we're circling back around here. So 42303. Lastly, but not leastly, so for your free reading, thank you again for your donation. So let's take a look here. Check the energy, please. Wasn't the return to work around November 4th and November 11th around the election? I don't remember what they had said last before your when we asked before. So we'd have to go back to that original reading. I do too many readings. But let's take a look here. We'll pull a card. Could have been around because November 5th is the full moon in Taurus, which is abundance, and they rolled the second house of worth. Maybe. Let's take a look here. So, based on current energy, check. Yeah, because that was based on the energy back then, and that's been a few weeks, right? So let's see what's going to happen here with this return to work energy, right? Yeah, Six of Wands. We have a victory energy, and August 12th through February 9th. So anywhere between that time, the answer is yes. But yeah, that's an interesting energy coming in. It is Jupiter, which again is growth and abundance. energy that's coming in. So anywhere between August 12th and February 9th. Um, wow, and they had July 29th to January 16th. They overlap here. It must be when Jupiter is in Leo. It must go, it must overlap because, yeah, those dates are overlapping one another. Maybe it retrogrades and comes back and forth, something like that. But I enjoy recognition and success. Let me see here. Let's see if we can whittle it down a little. Um, yeah, is it by the end of October? No. Let's see. Is it by the end of October? Four of Swords. Let go of that expectation. It's a time for rest. Enjoy the rest, right? You're still recovering, right? All right. Is it the first week of November? We got the Two of Swords. Could be, but the Two of Swords is more of an energy of, again, kind of a conflict between head and heart. There's still conflict between two parties. I don't know how that resonates. All right. The second week of November, we got the Six of Cups. Six of Cups energy. That's more, well, that is return of past relationships. But that doesn't feel so much energy coming in there, right? Yeah, right. Um, I don't know. This is the return of someone from the past. Is this the people returning back from recess and the return back? So, second week of, which would be like you're saying, the 11th, right? So it feels like maybe it might be around that period. Let's continue here. What about the third week of November? Got the Lovers card. Important relationships coming together. So that would be a resolution. We got these six. The six is here. So it does look like the second. Right. Yeah. This is the second and third week. So it feels like the second and third week, we do have this. I feel like here, and this makes sense, the return of people back. I feel like people back come back from Congress, right? There's a coming together on the with the Six of Cups. But then there's the Lovers card is the, all right, agreements are made in the third week. Um and when does that, is that when everything comes back in? Knight of Pentacles. It's a slow movement back here. Um it's like it's delayed. Yeah, I wonder here if it is because the fourth week would be November 22nd. Oh, I sure hope it's not that long, but based on current energies, it feels like there's shenanigans going on still. Ugh. Yeah, right. Who knows who that could be? But hopefully that helps a little bit. Just, I know, the more we focus on gratitude for what we have and have had, you know, um, the more we want, we need, that energy just pushes it further away. So if we just release it to Creator and go, I trust you, Creator, and we send love to all of the Senate and Congress and the president, that they all could come into agreement and do what's loving for the people involved instead of uh, acting from a place of fear. And we can just keep sending love, 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 love. But we can trust, right? Right? You're coming back. But it feels like resolution happens, you know, during the 3rd week, uh, but I feel like it takes time for everything to come back, which makes sense. If with Thanksgiving, it's like, just come back the 1st week of December because we're already taking off anyway. Don't make us come back during Thanksgiving. But, yeah, I wouldn't put it past it. Yeah, Spidey sense 2nd and 3rd week. Yeah, of course, the energy changes from day to day, but we can just focus on love, 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 right? All right, everybody. Well, that is all the readings. If you haven't checked out my most recent podcast, The Easier Path, we have the 2nd episode is out. I also have a giveaway coming up on November 5th. If you're interested in possibly winning a 30-minute person recorded reading or a hedge of peace and love, you can check out that link. It tells you how to get in there. I'm going to have giveaways every new and full moon the rest of the year. So be sure to check it. And then I also have some specials going on. My 15-minute and 30-minute are on sale until the end of the year. I'm going to have it all the way through January 1st. January 2nd, I plan on changing the prices back, but for the rest of this year and the first day of the year, we're going to do that. I'm going to add some more specials next week. My hour-long personal recorded reading, my live readings, and my Edge of Peace. I'll be announcing that, so keep an eye out. We also have some special the undead streams, not the live streams, the undead streams next weekend, which would be my regular sessions. I'm going to be giving away 2 15-minute person recorded readings each session. I'll also be putting out an announcement about that next week. One's going to be from donations, draw a winner, and one's going to be from free readings that I draw a winner. So I'll be giving away 10 total 15-minute recorded readings next weekend in celebration of connecting to spirit and when the veil is the thinnest next weekend. Also, yep, I will be on next Friday. Yes, I will. Maybe I'll even dress up. Probably not. I also have this channeling spirit video I put out called Walk Consciously. It's only like a 5-minute. It's I read a channeling I did with my higher self. I do automatic writing, and this time my higher self came through. It's a wonderful. I have it in the playlist of my um podcast, The Easier Path. It's there too. So if you want to check it out, all those things are free. Never any expectations, just information. I just like to make sure you guys know what's all going on out there. So there you go. And like I said, I'll be back tomorrow, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Mountain Time. And if I don't finish everything in the morning in that time frame, I will come back in the afternoon and finish everything out, um, including all free readings. If you'd like to join me then, I'll be live again. Till then, I'm off. Remember, every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you too. So until I see you again, much love. You hang in there. Take care of yourself. Remember, have some fun. Why are we being so serious? All right. I love you guys. We'll see you soon.